Right. All right. Fixed.
Also fixed. Great. Good morning, everybody. This is a work session of the San Miguel County Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, February 25th. It is 9:31 in the morning. Present here in the room are all three commissioners, a number of staff, and on the Zoom, roughly the same, commissioners and staff. We will open our meeting today with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Lucky to be here. Moving on to item number 4, review of the agenda. Does anyone have any suggested changes to today's agenda?
Looks perfect.
It's a spot-on agenda. Excellent. In that case, we'll move to public comment for items not on the agenda. And this will be easy because I don't see any public in the Zoom or the room. So we are moving to now administrative matters. Item 6A is with our Emergency Operations Manager, Shannon Armstrong.
Great.
The floor is yours. Welcome,
Before
Shannon.
we start, Shannon Armstrong, Western, tell me if I have this right, District Emergency Operations Manager of the Year. West Region. West Region.
Did you have to do like an Olympic event for that? How did you get that?
I did have to go up in front of 500 people and accept the award and walk across the stage, and that was good enough. So
I would think
That's-
that's carried it with you for a few weeks and set it on the table.
no, my Rookie of the Year award is in the office.
Aw.
I think walking in front of 500 people and receiving an award should be an Olympic sport.
So it felt like my heart rate for sure.
Congratulations, Shannon. That's really good.
Nice to get recognition. But today I am here to talk to you guys about our EOP. The last time I was here was just asking for the adoption of that plan, and so this time I wanted to come back and just do kind of an overview of it. And I wasn't entirely sure what you guys were looking for, so I spent a lot of time staring at the plan and ultimately just pulled out the things that were most relevant to you as the Board of County Commissioners, and pulled out the pieces of information that I thought you would most want to know. So I do have a presentation, and I will go ahead and share my screen. Okay, perfect. And then also the latest and greatest updated version is on the file share. It's in SMC wide under emergency plans. And so it's there for anybody, any of our staff members to go and take a look at. I do highly recommend just reviewing the roles and responsibilities, because that was my biggest focus when I was updating this plan, is just making sure that, all of our planners, everybody that's in the plan, that it was very clear what they're actually responsible for doing. And then with this presentation, this is kind of, focused more on you guys. So I will go ahead and get started. So first and foremost, what is the EOP, the Emergency Operations Plan? It is really the framework by which San Miguel County coordinates disaster response. It talks about how we get everybody together, and then the systems that we use to actually move incident response forward. It talks about NIMS, which is the National Incident Management System, why we have adopted it, why we use it. Also Incident Command System, which is a component of NIMS. It talks about the activation of our Emergency Operations Center, what the EOC actually does, who those players are, who's expected to work in the EOC. And then it also talks about our emergency support functions, which is how we organize capabilities, and I will go into those in a little bit more detail. But really, it's a governance document. It talks about, just the high level, how we manage incidents. It does not get into tactical operations. It's not an SOP, anything like that. It's just that high level guidance. These bullet points up here on the screen, these are not all of the sections. There are actually many more sections in the plan, but they're kind of divided up into 4 major buckets of information, if you will. The first are kind of standard, planning sections. It's the introduction, the purpose of the plan, why we do it, the scope. It outlines the authorities, so federal, state, and local authorities that we have in place. And then it moves into the planning environment. So it's a very high level, just overview of the county profile, demographics, that kind of thing. And then it pulls elements from our all hazard mitigation plan in our SEPA, which is the Colorado Emergency Preparedness Assessment. And again, as part of that planning environment, it just very briefly touches on what are our primary hazards, why do we need this plan, why do these hazards necessitate organizing multiple agencies for response, and then our capabilities, what can we actually do, where are our gaps, and how are we filling those gaps. But again, those pieces of information are really more addressed more in detail in these other plans, so it just references as a mitigation plan. The next kind of major portion of this EOP is our concept of operations. So this actually goes into who does what, how is everything organized, how are people organized. And again, I really focused on the roles and responsibilities. So for staff members, that's kind of the section that people should focus on. And then the last part of the plan is kind of the necessary paperwork piece. It talks about emergency declarations, why we declare, and then everything that needs to be documented, how everything needs to be documented, and who's responsible for that. So starting from the beginning, how do emergencies scale? Fortunately for us, most of the things that happen in the county can be handled within just our daily operations. There's also a saying that all incidents start and end locally, right? So we are responsible for whatever's thrown at us. That being said, everything that's managed should be managed at the lowest possible level. So if 1 or 2 people or 1 department can handle it, great. You don't need to, scale up to the next tier. But as incidents become bigger and more complex, then we scale with them, and our organizational framework scales with it. As those incidents scale up and things become more complex and we start needing to pull people in, those emergency support functions, which again, I will go into, that's really when this EOP comes into play, because again, it's the framework for organization. And then also, this is when you guys as the policy group become engaged. When some things start requiring those executive level decisions, those major kind of fiscal decisions, that's when you guys get pulled in to actually be engaged more so than just, hey, we have something going on. I did want to throw in a review of incident command real quick. Hopefully this org chart is pretty familiar to you guys. This is just the standard org chart that FEMA likes to throw around. Like I said earlier, most of the incidents don't require this level of organization and overhead. Usually if there's just one person responsible, they take on the role of incident commander. They will probably also be the safety officer and our operations section chief, provided they can handle all those at once. However, we have adopted NIMS and ICS because it works. This is a framework that can scale up with the incident, and anybody coming from any other jurisdiction, so long as they're familiar with ICS, they can plug right into wherever they need to be.
With the liaison officer, is that the person that's responsible for making sure that everybody's talking to everybody on this chart?
Yeah, so the liaison officer, the loafer, as people like to call it, they're typically
The what?
the loafer.
Oh,
FR.
okay, that's me.
They're responsible,
That's
for
me.
being the go-between between incident command and the policy group, any other governments that maybe haven't been pulled in but want to know what's going on. So for example, the fire that was up by Rico this summer, the liaison officer actually, there were several of them came to Telluride and met with us a couple of times, just to give us an, you know, an overview of what they were doing. We weren't really involved in that fire, but it obviously affected us and people that are part of our community. And so they just reach out to make sure that everybody's on the same page and knows what's going on. And then if people do want to be brought more into the fold and start attending meetings, they're kind of that point of contact for getting everybody together. Going back to this, sorry. Yeah, like I said, so anybody, you know, that we're pulling in from the outside, if they're familiar with ICS, they can plug right into where they need to be. And then one of the reasons why this is also used is it limits the span of control. So the incident commander really should only have up to about 7 people underneath them, so it's much easier to manage. And then it also just clarifies that chain of command. So, for example, underneath, you know, operations section, we're probably going to have different branches. Those people then know who they report to. Ultimately, they report to the operations section chief, and that's as far as it goes. Then the chief is responsible for taking it up to the next level. So it clarifies, you know, that who's communicating with whom, who's taking orders from whom. And then it reduces the number of people that people are responsible for. Any more questions on this before we move on? Okay. So the next level of governance is emergency management. Really. As an incident scales up in complexity and more people start being pulled in, when that, you know, org chart starts getting filled out with planning and logistics and finance, et cetera, it's easier when everybody's working in the same room, right? So that's why we stand up the EOC. Now, depending on the incident, sometimes it's just Jen and I on a Zoom, and we can handle everything that needs to be handled. And so it's like a level 3 or kind of a warm activation. But we can scale it up as big as incident. So the EOC is responsible for many different things. And I just put some of these big ones up here, but resource support. And that there's 2 different reasons for that. One is very, very quickly, dispatch is going to be overwhelmed. They're not going to be able to keep up with all the resource orders. And also if, you know, it's a fire, for example, and incident command is starting to order bigger pieces of equipment that dispatch may not have contacts for, dispatch shouldn't have to worry that, right? They've got enough going on. So that's when that resource management moves to the EOC. Also, somebody's got to pay for it, right? And has to procure it. And so if the people looking for the resources are there in the same room with the people that are paying for the resources, makes everything a lot easier. Situational awareness. So we have systems in place to be able to show what's going on, what the major points of information are, so that the people in the room always have a clear idea of what's going on. That information is also used to create reports, which are then sent out to the, you know, everybody else that needs to know what's going on. And then also emergency support function coordination. So we have different people that are responsible for different capabilities and making sure that different components of the incident are stabilized, and having them all in the same room so that they're all getting the same information at the same time is really important. So that's one of the major functions of the EOC. It just gives them that place to sit so that they can work, and everybody's kind of plugged in. Again, managing information. The EOC is that focal point for collecting and analyzing information and then disseminating it to the people it needs to go to. Our PIOs will stand up a joint information system so that they can all work together, and also a physical center if needed. So if we need, you know, if the media are coming and we need to do those media interviews, we'll kind of have a place for them. But again, that information all needs to flow through the same place so that it's all correct, it's all deconflicted, and everybody's on the same page. And the EOC serves as that. And then last is just policy coordination. So making sure the policies that you guys are putting into place and are prioritizing are reflected in the EOC operations. And then consequence management. So the EOC is where the planners are sitting and they're looking ahead to the next operational period, the next day, the next week, the next few months, and making sure that we really have eyes on the true scope of what's going on and are able to kind of foresee how things are going to go and then work to fix them before they become too big.
Question.
Mhm.
How does the EOC fit together with that org chart you showed us on 2 pages ago?
Yep, so the EOC is different from incident command. So incident command, they're the ones, or the incident commander is the one who's in charge of the operation. He's in charge of stabilizing the incident, he or she. The EOC is behind them and is supporting them.
Okay.
So if the incident commander and working with the operations section chief, for example, says, you know, I think we need these pieces of equipment, we need another module of firefighters or something like that. That information then gets passed to the EOC and the EOC actually makes it happen. So they're separate, but they're all working together. And then the organization chart for the EOC looks similar to that one, but instead of incident commander, you have the EOC manager. And then, you know, kind of whatever staff members you need below them to make it run and make it function.
Is the EOC, I can't remember, one of those boxes on the org chart, or they're just kind of a separate?
It's separate.
Okay.
But for example, like, you know, finance and logistics and planning,
Mhm.
they're part of that incident command, but they would sit in the EOC.
Okay, so
Because
EOC is more like a physical place.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
and sometimes they'll do a partial stand-up, partial opening, or they'll do a full opening. And each of those folks satisfy an emergency support function. So there's ESFs for different things of finance, procurement. And then I wonder if, and stop me if you're gonna get to this, talking about some of the different types of incidences that direct, like the incident commander, I think for the majority of emergencies we've had, flood, wildfire, avalanche, it's been the sheriff has been the incident commander for many of those. But I know that when we had COVID, it was different because state law directs that the public health director be the incident commander for that one. And that was the situation when I was the liaison officer in that EOC stand-up. But are there some different types that you're going to talk about, or you want to speak to that real briefly?
I actually don't cover that, but I'm happy to talk about it.
Okay.
So the incident commander. So when something happens, we have different jurisdictions, we have different special districts that are responsible for different things, right? So we have sheriff's office, but we also have fire districts. They're the ones responsible for that fire suppression. So your incident commander, depending on the incident, is gonna be usually somebody within that agency that has jurisdiction. Who has the skills and the knowledge to be able to stabilize the incident. So for example, like if we have a car wreck, a single vehicle car wreck, that is something that any one of our deputies can handle because they have the skills and the knowledge to be able to do that. And so they will roll up and they will establish command. Doesn't matter if they're one of our more junior deputies or not, they have the skills to be able to manage that. And then they're able to kind of direct where other deputies go, they're able to direct EMS and fire. And then EMS and fire take care of what they need to do with the actual patient. But law enforcement in that case is still an incident commander. If we have something like search and rescue, for example, we have a couple different SAR coordinators. And they are very, very good at their job. They're very experienced. And so they usually take on the incident commander role because they can see what the operations are that will be needed to extract that patient. They know what resources they'll need to be able to do that. And so they're the ones that are kind of managing that particular scenario. If we have a wildfire, for example, there are several different jurisdictions that are responsible for different things. So the sheriff's office in the county are responsible for the safety of the people, for evacuating people, doing the messaging, you know, getting folks out of harm's way. And then our fire departments or our fire managers, depending on where it is, they're the ones responsible for suppression. And so typically what will happen is somebody from the fire agency, local fire agency will roll up, they will establish command. But then because we have other players involved, the sheriff or the undersheriff, somebody at that top level, will come in and they will establish a unified command. So both commanders, different jurisdictions, different responsibilities, but still have skin in the game. They will work together very closely, make decisions together, but law enforcement is doing their thing, fire is doing their thing. But it's all, you know, in the same vein of stabilizing the incident and making sure people are safe. To Mike's point, something like COVID. It was the Board of Health, and ultimately Grace was the incident commander for that because she's the one with that jurisdictional authority, right? She has the statutory authority to be able to manage a pandemic or a health crisis like that. However, there's different ways that we can approach it. If it's something like the blood draw, where it is a little bit more tactical and there's a little bit more operational requirements there. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I wasn't part of it, but we did have those fire and law enforcement guys come in and kind of run that, because again, that's more in their purview, just moving people, getting things done in that sense. But Grace was still the one that was in charge of, you know, the overall, how do we manage this incident, what needs to get done? Does that make sense? So it ultimately comes down to who's the jurisdiction of authority, who within that jurisdiction has the authority to manage it and also has the skills and experience to do so.
Sounds
Does that
good.
work?
Thank you.
Okay, so as we have something going on, as we have the EOC stood up, these lifelines are what folks are looking at in terms of stabilizing that incident. These lifelines are the critical services that communities need to really function. And if there's a disruption to any one of them, then there's usually a pretty major disruption to that community. And so there are 8 of them, as you can see up here. Safety and security, food, hydration and shelter, health and medical, energy, communications, transportation, hazardous material, and then water systems. And so as the EOC is stood up and as all this information is coming in and we're starting to gather information, we're looking at the impacts to these different systems and all of their. And then these are what are used really to prioritize our response. It's what we use to prioritize resources. And then also, this is kind of the language that we can use to communicate decisions both to you guys as policymakers and also to the community and the public. This makes it very easy just to say, hey, we have a major disruption to this. These are the cascading effects. This is why we need to stabilize it. This is why this needs to be the priority. So again, lifelines, this is just how we frame the incident, what's going on, and our next steps. This chart just kind of shows that lifeline, that cycle, I guess, during an incident. So pre-incident, blue sky days, these are kind of what we're planning around. Incident happens, there's a disruption to those critical services, and then as we're in that response phase, we're looking at those. We're looking at those disruptions. We're looking at what we need to stabilize those. We're calling in the resources and the people that are needed to do that, and then reassessing along each step. So emergency support functions. These are the people that are responsible for capabilities and for actually stabilizing those different components of the lifelines. These are the ones that are mentioned here in our EOP for our county. And if you'll notice, many of these ESFs really closely mirror those lifelines. We have transportation ESF, we have a communications ESF, health and medical, we have fire, search and rescue, and safety and security, which fall under that safety and security lifeline. And so, again, we're using the lifelines to frame the incident, and then we use our emergency support functions as the people to stabilize any of those disruptions. Now, to be clear, the ones that we have named here in this chart as the ESF leads, they may not be the actual people on the ground doing the things. For example, with ESF1 transportation, I don't expect Road and Bridge to actually be out there driving buses and moving people. That's not what they do. But you can't move people if the roads aren't clear, right? So Road and Bridge, along with CDOT, along with our municipal public works, they're going to all be working together, coordinating together to make sure that our transportation corridors are open and clear and, able to actually move people wherever those people need to go. Same with communications. I don't expect county IT to actually be out there fixing the tower if it went down, but they're going to be the ones kind of making those calls and coordinating seeing what's down, seeing what needs to be done, and then kind of running with it and reporting back to us. Let's see, I think that was all I had on this. Any questions on our ESS? Unfortunately, there's a lot of the same people up there, so a lot of people are wearing many hats. All right, so policy group, this is kind of that upper highest level of governance, and that obviously is you guys. The policy group is the group of people with the legal authority to make decisions on behalf of their jurisdiction. So really what you guys are responsible for is not managing the incident, it's not managing the operations and the tactics, but it's setting the overall priorities. Working with incident command to make sure that they have what they need in terms of money, that kind of thing. So you're making those higher level governance decisions. Authorizing emergency declarations, for example, coordinating with other elected officials in nearby jurisdictions, because obviously what affects us is affecting everybody else. You guys are also kind of the liaison with certain state departments. If we feel that there needs to be a state declaration because, you know, our capabilities are tapped out, the state's starting to get tapped out, then you guys are the ones that are going to be working with them, working with the governor's office to get that requested. And then really one of the most important things is being the public face of our government, right? Which you guys already are. But it would be very important for you guys to be working with Mike, working with our PIOs to make sure that everything, every message that we're delivering is, you know, unified, it's the same, but also that you guys are showing, what's the word here? That you're accurately getting the word out to the public and being that public face. You're showing people, you know, what we're doing, but you're not over promising. You're not saying, oh, everything's okay, it's fine. But you're also providing confidence to the public. So, I go into this a little bit more in detail, but do you guys have any questions just kind of on the overall policy group objectives? So to go into a little bit more detail for certain positions, county management, our county managers are designated executive officers. So Mike or Jared are actually going to be the ones that initially issue emergency declarations if we get to that point. However, they're only valid for 7 days. So if they need to be extended, that's where you guys would come in, you would ratify us to extend this. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but county management is really the liaison between the DOC, the policymakers, and other department heads. Supporting communications, and then this fourth bullet really is one of the most important for county management, and that is balancing continuity of government with the disaster response. So if I need people in the EOC to help me with what I'm doing, it's going to be up to county management to temporarily reassign employees if they're available, while still maintaining, you know, the essential services that we as county government need to meet. And then last, serving as point of contact with certain other agencies, and then there's several other responsibilities assuming. So hopefully they read those and are familiar with those.
And just as a side note, I know we have it all electronically. I also carry a physical copy everywhere I go in case of that situation. And then also have all emergency contact info for all relevant departments and agencies. It does, when the commissioners pass the resolution, if 2 commissioners were unable to be reached to make that formal declaration, that's when it will fall to me. In the resolution, it designated the county manager, and Jared's job description is deputy. He acts with all authority that I have when I am out. That was kind of the difference between the deputy and the assistant manager, that he has full authority that I would have. So that's why I was just wondering when you said that, Jared or me, like, oh gosh, do we need to amend the resolution? I personally don't think so, but I'm not an attorney. But I don't think if it's an emergency and you're unreachable, I'm unreachable, and Jared pulls the trigger on that there's going to be a cause for concern. If anything, I think our public will be happy that we're taking action sooner. But we can speak tomorrow on the backside and make sure that we're all cleaned up on that.
For you guys as BOCC, again, there's more of these in the EOP and I've covered several of these, but extending those declarations if required, issuing requests for state declarations if required. Overall approval of county resources and funds for emergency purposes. The intergovernmental liaisons, as I spoke to earlier. And then really just being available to make those decisions as they come up. And last, again, provide that public leadership, reassurance to the public without overpromising. Or really going off on a tangent doing your own thing. We like you. All right, so emergency declarations, I did want to touch on this, just to make sure that everybody's familiar with what declarations are, what they unlock, why we do them, and then kind of how it bumps up to the state and federal levels. My field manager often says this, and I think it's kind of funny, but local government should declare early and declare often. There's no ramifications for declaring a disaster if we have something, that warrants it. The reason we do so is that local disaster declarations unlock access to emergency funds. They activate emergency procurement policies, which are outlined in our EOP. With disasters, people are going to start spending large amounts of money very quickly, and our normal procurement policy does not make that easy, doesn't work. So that's why we have these different emergency finance policies. And emergency declaration unlocks those. And then also at the local level, it's a requirement for certain state and federal assistance. For example, if we have something and we need the National Guard, or we think that we need the National Guard, we can't just request that. Be very, very expensive. And so
Yes.
we need a local declaration and then take that up to the state in order to get resources of that kind. Also EMAC, which is the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, that is state to state mutual aid. In order for that to be enacted, we at least need a local declaration, a state declaration. At the state level, it's really kind of the same story. It unlocks certain funding, certain policies at the state level, and then it also grants local jurisdictions access to certain response recovery programs. Now, to be clear, the state's going to help us regardless if there's a state declaration or not. This just unlocks certain programs that they have that we might not otherwise have access to. And then lastly, if it's something that's so big and there's so many people affected and there's enough infrastructure that's destroyed and we think that it's going to go up to the federal level, there has to be a state declaration, and the governor is actually the one that petitions the president for a federal disaster declaration. Federal assistance is limited, it's conditional, and it's highly dependent on accurate documentation. And so we really, we need to make sure that everything, all of our ducks are in a row if we go up to this level. On the federal side, there are 3 different buckets of assistance. There's public assistance, which is to help governments and certain nonprofits recoup response costs. There's individual assistance, which is provided to public households, and then there's hazard mitigation funding, which is a grant program that opens up after something is declared to help reduce future losses. I just wanted to go into public assistance and individual assistance really quick. Not sure how familiar you are with this, but with everything that's going on at the federal level with FEMA, the Department of Homeland Security, I just wanted to make sure that some of this was clear, and if it changes, it changes, but this is kind of how it's set up now. So public assistance is not a grant. It actually is reimbursement for documented and eligible expenses that local governments take on. Some things that it will cover are work that is involved for debris removal, certain emergency protective measures, and then repair and replacement of public infrastructure. Roads, bridges, some utilities, some facilities, etc. There are some caveats with this, though. It is, like I said, it's a reimbursement, so the county still has to front these costs. And then there is a cost share. It's typically 75% federal, 25% local. So it's not 100% reimbursement. You're still on the hook for big expenses, basically. Also, the approval for public assistance is based on an impact indicator, which is a per capita and it's adjusted annually, roughly annually. Right now it's 1.89 per person, and that's the state population. Our state population right now is a little bit over 6 million, so our public assistance indicator right now is roughly $11.3 million. So we have to make sure that we're very accurate with our damage assessments. We know exactly how much damage was done to our uninsured public infrastructure. And then if, everything's checked off, that's the number that we're looking for to be able to apply for the public assistance. And also reimbursement, if you guys remember the 2013 floods, can take years. I believe that is either still open or just recently closed. And it's a ton of paperwork, a ton of things that need to go through. There's a lot of back and forth between state, local, and FEMA. So it's a very, very, very long process to recoup those costs to get that money back. Some eligible expenses would include the time and use of county-owned vehicles and equipment, and that reimbursement is based on FEMA rates. And that includes the actual hours, fuel, maintenance, and also the people hours, the man hours. State staff time and overtime when engaged in eligible disaster response work. Equipment for sheltering operations, staff time for sheltering operations. Contracted services for things like debris removal, so long as the contract and procurement process follows the federal standards. And then certain mutual aid expenses and assistance, either to pay back agencies that assisted us, or if we sent somebody to recoup our costs for sending somebody to help a different agency. However, that is really contingent on having written agreement and very clear rate structures. And then one thing I wanted to throw in here too, just because I find it kind of fascinating, is volunteer labor and donated equipment is not reimbursable, obviously, because it's donated equipment and time, but it should still be tracked and documented because it can be used to reduce our local match. So it's very important to document who's doing what they're doing, what times, and whether or not they're volunteers, staff, etc. It's very, very important to just accurately document everything.
Shannon, I'm a little unclear what you were getting at with the per capita basis. So you said something about we're $6 million or 6 million populations, we get $11 million. Is that like the cap annually, or like how does that work?
So in order, and it's nuanced, there's a lot more kind of behind the scenes, but one of the things that FEMA is looking at, if a state applies or requests a federal declaration, one of the things that FEMA is going to look at is the amount of damages that were actually done during that disaster. And that's damages, in this case, to public infrastructure, to uninsured public infrastructure. And so that damage indicator, that's just the number that they've assigned. So it's $1.89 per person based on population. And so how, whatever the reasoning behind that is, I'm not really sure. But they're looking for certain amounts of damage. And so in Colorado's case, that's that $11.3 million, because it's $1.89 per every person that's living in the state.
And the 11 million, so if they reimburse us if the expense is over $11 million,
They will, they'll consider issuing a federal declaration if we can demonstrate that we have that much or more than that in damages.
okay, thanks.
Can I interject a question that might be for Jared or Mike, but I'm curious what kind of public infrastructure we might have that is uninsured. Is that roads? Is that?
CAP does insure our roads and bridges.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
and CAP insures road and bridges, and in my experience, what happens is there's a depreciation value, right? You aren't insured for 100%. Let's just say, for sake of argument, we bought a truck. We're insured for that truck. We aren't actually going to get from insurance 100% coverage on that truck. So you can think of all of the increments of all the things that we lost in a flood event or a fire event or something like that. that gets added up. And, Shannon mentioned the 2013 floods, right? And I got to be on deck for a lot of that work in the Front Range. And the problem that they've been working on for the last pretty much 13 years is accounting for that, rebuilding, counting those costs, and getting a lot of those reimbursements. And that's both on an individual level for individuals who were impacted by this, on local government level, and on the state level for that matter. The state is seeking reimbursement for their expenses. So those are the kind of things, and as Shannon mentioned, it gets really nuanced of, all right, well, we've lost some piece of infrastructure, right? Easiest to conceptualize is a truck. We get coverage from insurance for a certain piece of it, and then we seek FEMA reimbursement for another piece of it. And then there's the cost share and all those other things. So
Got it.
that's just kind of a small example of how that would extrapolate across
Bridges and,
many other pieces
got it.
of work.
Thanks, Judd. Galina.
I just have, without getting too far in the weeds, I'm just envisioning large scale disaster, and the county finance team, I'm kind of assuming, are going to be the ones who are going to be keeping track, right? But they already have all of their duties, which keep that office very busy. What would that look like?
So for starters, that's kind of where our COOP plan comes in, right? So just making sure they know the staffing that they need to be able to continue with their regular office duties. And then, it most likely would be Ramona and Paige that would be pulled over to deal with this. But we can also pull in assistance for them in many different ways. For example, a lot of the just time tracking would fall on the supervisors of the county staff that are out there doing this. And then also, if it's something that's really, really big and we actually call in an incident management team, they're gonna have a finance section too. Hopefully, if we request it and they come with that. They're also gonna have people that are in charge. They're gonna have just a documentation unit, right? So they're gonna have a specific person or group of people who are responsible for taking in everything and making sure that everything's lined up. Now, that's only when that IMT is actually engaged in managing the incident. So it really is something where we're gonna have to get in there as it unfolds and just see what the need is and then how we can support them. And it's gonna be really fast and furious and really confusing in the beginning. And then it's just a matter of figuring out the process and making it work. Anything else on this? So then really quickly for individual assistance, which again is for private households. It's not a substitute for private insurance. It's not intended to make households or communities whole. But it is a way for folks to kind of jumpstart their recovery. The things that are listed on this slide are some of the things that are eligible and that folks can get a little bit of money for. Housing assistance, immediate needs, serious needs, personal property, transportation, and then also counseling and disaster legal services. There is no indicator for individual assistance like there is for public assistance. So individual assistance needs to be authorized and included in the request for a federal declaration along with public assistance. Anything, and if individual assistance is awarded, if you will, anything that the public gets back, just like we have to provide documentation, so does the public. So the people, they really need to be able to document their losses, document their need. And that's how they are eligible, basically. So it is kind of a confusing process on both sides. The good thing though, with individual assistance is FEMA and the state will come in, they will open up disaster assistance centers, they will have people sitting in public facilities so that folks can come in and actually sit down with the people that know what they're doing and get help with their application. They can get help with the documented, their losses, their damages, and help with that process. But it's not a blanket thing. It's whatever assistance is received is based on their losses. And there's also several different buckets to this. There's immediate needs, and then there's kind of that long-term assistance as well.
How long does it usually take to get FEMA assistance for an individual? Like you hear the stories on the news that it's, FEMA didn't work, FEMA didn't show up or whatever. Like if it really is jump starting their, recovery, is it months, is it days, is it weeks? Like how soon can people expect help?
It really depends on when that declaration is actually declared.
Okay.
So for things like hurricanes, Hurricane Helene, for example, if it's something that people know is coming,
Mhm.
a lot of times they will pre-declare.
Mhm.
Because they just know that there's gonna be damages, people are gonna be affected, and so they're kind of pre-positioned to do that. In something like out here, for example, wildfire, that process is gonna be a little bit more extended. Locally declared, then the state's gonna have to come in. There's certain things that have to get done, damage assessments, joint damage assessments between locals, the state and feds. So it could take a while, and as we're seeing now, the president may not actually issue a declaration, as we're seeing with the Lee fires and the flooding down in the Southwest. So there really isn't a good timeline. It just depends on how quickly we can get those damage assessments done, which they have to be done within 30 days. And then whether or not, we actually get the declaration. And then from there, I'm not sure how quickly they move once that
So
declaration.
it's not
It's
quick.
not quick, it's
No.
not immediate, unless it's pre-declared.
But even so, you have to do the damage assessment,
Mhm.
right, before FEMA even comes.
Mhm.
And is it the president's decision whether to issue a federal emergency declaration or
Ultimately, yeah.
it's the president's decision? Okay.
Yep.
And that would also be their decision whether to then approve the public assistance and the individual assistance. That's all.
Yes, so if that individual assistance is included in the request,
Yeah.
then they still have to look at kind of the impacts to the communities. And go from there. If it's not included in the request, then it's
Yeah.
not gonna
I understand.
happen at all. So
Shannon, speaking of timelines, do you know how many more slides you have? I'm
I have
curious.
2,
Perfect.
and I can go through these really quick. So the last thing I wanted to cover, which is not really touched on in the EOP, is recovery. And there's a couple different reasons for that. But recovery is kind of split up into 2 different timelines. There's short-term recovery, which really overlaps with the initial response, and then there's long-term recovery. Short-term recovery is often coordinated through the EOC because it's immediate needs. So it's emergency information, and it's getting those rapid needs assessments done. It's setting up mass care and sheltering, and then doing those initial damage assessments, and just kind of seeing what the damage is, what people need, and how we can initially support them. That's kind of all handled, like I said, through the EOC with our normal disaster operations. But once we move out of that response phase, once the incident is more or less stabilized and we're starting to think of that long-term recovery, this is that process of actually rebuilding. This is where it gets much more complicated. This is where it's really important actually to appoint a recovery manager, somebody that's actually at the point, and we went through this, so hopefully this isn't new information. But this is not covered in the EOP because it's so complex and it's such long-term that it really requires its own plan. But I just wanted to touch on it because recovery is the thing that is often not really thought about, not really considered. We don't really train and exercise on it as much as we should, but it's so important that it should always be on the back.
And do we have a plan for that, or does that happen after the incident or during the incident?
We do, we have one that came out of COVID. And so that, again, kind of like the EOP, that's just our basic framework
Yep.
for that. But again, it's gonna depend really on the incident, what the impacts were and what needs to be done to get the community back to either normal or new normal. And then looking forward, what needs to be done to invest in future resilience and then also future hazard mitigation. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Shannon.
So I hope that was kind of what you guys were looking for. If not, please let me know and I can kind of retool this and come back. But I at least wanted to just touch on kind of the highlights that come into that. So.
Thanks. I believe that was my request that initially, and it was really helpful getting that overview. Yeah, appreciate the time and good effort you put into that presentation and everything. It's just really helpful to get that kind of your take on the EOP, you know, what we need to really hone in on there. Take
And
away.
you mentioned that the document is available like in our county files. Is it on the website as well?
So I'm working to get it on the website. It will be, it's up there kind of partially right now, but it's a long document and the formatting is a little painful.
Okay.
But it will be. I am working on that. And then another thing that I'm working on is operationalizing this plan. So going through and updating our job aids for ESFs, updating job aids for different people that I expect would be working in the EOC. Creating checklists, for you guys, just important things for you guys to keep in mind, et cetera. So that's gonna be a long-term project. That's certainly not gonna be done soon, but that is something I'm working on just because this plan is so big and so wordy. I want people to be able to flip right to what they need, the information they need, and be able to get to work and use it that way. So that is also something I'm working on.
Shannon, thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming and educating us. And we hope we don't have to initiate the plan, but we're ready to. That's right.
Yeah.
All right,
Right.
thank you guys so much.
Commissioners, we're going to roll into item 6B unless you need a break. Okay, then we are moving into presentations by the West Region Wildfire Council on their accomplishments in 2025 with Tim Panow and another. Got it. Scott, welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome to our meeting and welcome to your new role.
We do have a hand up in the video.
Thank you. I see that. Welcome, gentlemen. I know that you've come a ways to see us and appreciate you making the trip. I know that you've got a presentation and let's dive right in.
I was gonna pull that up for us, I think, and this is my first time in front of this group, so thank you for having us. I am new to the organization. I've been here about 6 months. Scott's even newer. So I do want to make sure that I say thank you to all the staff you have in San Miguel County who've been helping me over the last few weeks as I try and get up to speed on everything. They've been great to work with, and so I just want to make sure I said thank you.
And what are your jobs?
I'm the CEO
Okay.
of the West Region Wildfire Council, and Scott is our new COO. We have a few slides here for you today, hopefully enough that we can have plenty of time to take any questions or have any conversation that you'd like. There we go. So the reason for the West Region Wildfire Council is so that you don't have to enact any of those emergency operations plans that you've just been talking about, at least with regard to the wildfire. So our whole job is to increase the resilience to wildfire in our 6 counties. We offer education, we offer technical support. We also do funding aggregation. We pull together funds from multiple sources in order to be able to put them onto bigger projects. And then we collaborate with any number of various groups, including several groups here in San Miguel County that try and focus on specific areas or specific geographic regions. As we, there we go. So we have had some change, right? I am new to the organization. I started in August. Unbeknownst to me, our CFO and our COO had been planning once a new CEO came in to move on to greater things. So they should have told me that when I interviewed, but they did not. So found out, and I wish them both well. They've been fantastic in the organization. So our Chief Operations Officer, Aaron Johnson, has moved on to a job with the State Fire Protection Group, working on the WUI code. And our CFO, Lilia Falk, who'd been with the organization for 15 years, had moved on to another job as well. So we're still searching for a new finance director, but I was able to twist Scott's arm a little bit. He's been on our board for a long time to come in and be our COO. So I will allow him to introduce himself.
Good morning. Appreciate y'all having us. My name is Scott Morrill. I'm the new Chief Operations Officer for the West Regional Wildfire Council. Prior to that, I was the Emergency Manager in Gunnison County for a little over 20 years. I retired in June, or so I thought. And then before that, I was with Gunnison Dispatch for 16 years. So when the West Regional Wildfire Council formally came to be a thing in 2010, I was a board member and been a board member since. I believe in the mission of the council, and when Tim emailed me and asked me if I'd be willing to step in for a while to help out, my initial reaction was no, because I just retired, but I failed, and so here I am. But I believe deeply in the mission of the West Regional Wildfire Council. They do really good work in all 6 counties. As Tim said, you know, minimizing the risk of wildfire. So it's actually an honor to be back working with you. Thank you.
Thanks for stepping up.
You saved my life in many ways. Let's put it that way. So in terms of what we provide, we have a site visit program, and you'll see a map of all the site visits we've done in San Miguel County a little later on. We have also started a wildfire ready home certification program. That is a certification program that fulfills all the requirements that the state has set out in their new statutes about a certification program that would allow for hopefully some savings on insurance and the ability to get insurance. So we do meet the state's criteria for that in our new program, and San Miguel County is a bright spot in terms of that program in our 6 counties. You'll see those numbers later, but you are far and away the county that has the most number of homes enrolled in that program. We do rapid risk assessments, which are done from the roadside, where someone pulls up with an iPad just from the roadside, looks at a structure and assesses it and creates some data that can be used for us to track where the most extreme danger risks are, where regular danger. There's not a whole lot of places that are minimal danger in these areas, but and so it creates data that the counties and we can use to really determine where our greatest areas of need are. We also do a lot of community support. In addition to the site visits, we help with the CWPP and your revision of that has just come out. We were involved in that. We also do a vegetation management program. The main purpose of that is we enroll landowners who need some financial assistance. Usually, sometimes they can take on the whole thing, but mostly they need some financial assistance with doing mitigation work on their properties. And so we aggregate all these funds. We have a program where they can apply, go through a selection process, and then we will, it's usually a cost share program most of the time, where we will pay a certain percentage of the mitigation work. We will handle the contracting. We will handle the showcase for contractors. So we will take care of all of it. They just have to pay their percentage of the cost share, and then we reimburse, they pay for the mitigation work, and we reimburse them a percentage of that cost share. That's probably our largest program. And then we do community and HOA meetings. We've got a couple coming up this weekend with the CWPP that we will be at, and then we do community-wide assessments for various communities as well. So that vegetation management program, we have 2 foresters on our staff. We provide this financial assistance. The forester manages the whole project from start to finish. So the landowner doesn't, because we found that landowners often get a little leery of the whole contracting process and getting bids, and so we will take care of that for them. And then we will come back at the end and make sure that the contractor did the work that needed to be done. The community services, we do that vegetation management for HOAs and full communities. In fact, this afternoon, we're going to be up at Ski Ranches, looking at the Skunk Creek area. We're going to hopefully get some of that done this year. That is a extreme risk area. And so hopefully that will be, we already have the funding laid out for it. So hopefully we'll be moving on that this year. We have to already talked about the rapid risk assessment, and the community level, in the CWPPs. So I love these 3 pictures because they explain everything about wildfire mitigation. The one on the top left is the Lahaina fire in Hawaii, and you have one house there standing. The reason that house is standing is they had to have some mitigation work done for termites. And if I lived in Florida for a while. If you've never seen termite mitigation, the first thing they do is they tent the whole house. They fumigate it for a number of weeks, and then they come back and they do almost the same things that you do for wildfire. They make sure there's hardened non-wood up, I think it's 4 feet for termites. So there's metal around the whole base of the home. There's a metal roof on the home. There's no vegetation within 5 feet, etc. So it's almost the exact same thing, basic things you would do for wildfire. They did this, and that was the only house, and it was not only safe, but it was habitable the next day. The lower left is from the California fires of last year. If you'll notice, the thing to notice there is parts of that car actually melted. That is how hot that fire burned. But because of the mitigation work, that house is still standing. And again, it was habitable the next day. And then the picture on the right is actually here. That's from the Spring Hill fire. And sorry? Green Meadows, sorry, Greg. Green Meadow fire. And the house that is standing in the bottom center there is one that we mitigated. The house that's just to the right of it, you can see with the green roof, was not mitigated. It's standing, but it sustained enough damage that it was not immediately habitable. The house that we mitigated was. Not only that, but that house was used then, that we mitigated was then used as a base for the firefighters to work. So I'd like to tell people that every house that's mitigated saves 2, because it's the one that the firefighters don't have to save, and they can save another one. Oh, and there's a close-up for you of that home. So here's what has happened in San Miguel County in 2025. There were 77 requests for homeowner site visits. We completed 62. And you should know that between our, for 2026, that between our contract with the county and we were able to get a grant from the Telluride Foundation for an additional 25 visits. So we will now have 75 visits, free visits available to people in the county. The 25 from the Telluride Foundation are actually earmarked for anyone in their service area where the household income is below the median income. So it's actually for low income site visits, which is something that they've been pushing and something that's hard to get done. Because this is not a cheap experience, right? And so we will actually have 75 available in the area. We treated 247.2 acres, which is a little bit of an increase over 2024. 19 projects, also an increase. we spent about $120,000 on vegetation management projects in San Miguel County. The landowner cash match, oh, I missed a comma there, sorry, was $124,000, $125,000. The landowner in-kind, $30,000. And as I said, this is a real thing that San Miguel should be proud of. There are 59 people enrolled in the Wildfire Ready Home Certification Program. They're not to the certification yet. It's a pretty extensive thing to get there, but you've got more enrolled in this county than any of our other counties clearly. So that's a real thing. And that dollar figure at the bottom from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, for every dollar in mitigation, 13 are saved on the back end.
What would you attribute that high enrollment in our county to?
We have a couple areas of the county that have sort of really embraced wildfire protection. And so what we see happen is that one person gets property mitigated and the neighbors go, wow, that looks pretty good. Maybe I should do that. And we tend to, I think they begin to cluster that way. That's what I would attribute to. We have several in this county we seem to be going back to the same areas.
Can you mention what those areas are?
Ski ranches is one. What's the other one that's right next to ski ranches?
Elk Run?
Raspberry Patch,
Village.
Mountain Village.
Village.
Village, thank you. Village. I'm still getting to know all the area. I lived in Mesa County for 12 years. I know that area. I'm still working on this area, the neighborhoods in this area, but those are a couple of the areas that are. We've also had a few starting to go up in Norwood now. We still have some work to do south of Norwood, and we'll talk about that later. But those are somewhere we're really seeing some penetration. And I will say that the city of Telluride has now asked us to work on a couple of vacant lots they have, which is the first time we're seeing that as well. So these are some additional, we've got 8 projects in the county that are pending funding. We've also got some more that are in the pipeline. I saw before I came over, or heard yesterday at a staff meeting. So we've got some more that we'll get to. So it's early in the year, but 8 projects at the beginning of the year is pretty darn good. Oh, yes. So one of the things that we've done that we are thinking about doing here in an area of San Miguel is we worked with WIRE, which is the Wildfire Research Group out of Colorado State University, where they come in and they work on the social side of wildfire, why people don't mitigate, what gets them to mitigate. They do some amazing research in terms of the social science, the social psychology of getting people to do mitigation work. And so we're talking with them about possibly doing some in the southern part below Norwood, because there's an area down there that the Forest Service is really focusing on. And so if we can get some of the homeowners in that region to also do some mitigation work, then we create some really powerful landscape-wide work that really does make changes. And then we have the $238,000 federal money to reduce hazard fuels in the Louis and the Uncompahgre watershed. We've also got we've got a furworm grant that is for it's just the San Miguel watershed. That's the easiest way to say it. Its geographic boundaries are a little crazy, but it's the San Miguel watershed. And we also met with the leadership of CU to represent all the counties because they are looking to support what we do and how we do it as well. I don't know why I've got Montrose-based contractors there. But and then the number of contractors we have in San Miguel County, most of them, I will be honest with you, come out of Montrose County for this area. They're cheaper than some of your contractors in San Miguel County. I don't know any better way to say that. So a lot of the work that gets done here in wildfire mitigation is actually done on some groups in Montrose and Dudley. So there's the Greater San Miguel Watershed Grant, $687,000. There's also a potential partnership with Forest Service as they work in Skunk Creek. Whether we do that as a cross-boundary work together, or whether they do it and we do it, it just happens to be next to each other. It has there's some differences on whether we have to do NEPA and whether we have to do archaeological surveys and things like that, so. Tending to split them apart, but they'll be right next to each other.
And where's Skunk Creek again?
It's. You're higher than me.
It's next to ski ranches.
Yeah,
Oh, right, sorry, yeah, got it.
Sort of between.
Yeah.
it's the place that we kept throwing out
Yeah.
names for a minute ago.
Got it.
Am I correct in that it's south of Ski Ranches?
I'm looking at it now. It's between Mountain Village
Oh.
and Ski
So
Ranches
north,
and Mountain Village in the ski area. It's all in that general vicinity.
north and east. Okay.
Yeah.
It would be somewhat of a collaborative with the town of Mountain Village as well as Forest Service. And I believe there's some areas that have been identified with Telski as well.
That's right, that's right.
Technically in Mountain Village, but it's between Ski Ranches and Mountain Village. There's a trail that goes out of Ski Ranches into the ski area through Mountain Village property.
It's an extreme hazard area.
Oh. Oprah's house.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's really important.
Yeah, that's where Oprah's new house is.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
borders that.
we should have her as a partner.
I would love to. Yeah.
She's done quite a bit of mitigation work herself.
He has already been mitigated
Yeah.
as well.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, catching up. Oh, we're continuing to work with insurers and realtors to increase the recognition of the certificate program. That is still a fight at the state level.
Yeah, can you speak a little bit about that? I've been to a couple of meetings through one of our county organizations where Mike Connolly presents. And I'm a little unclear where things stand in terms of the certification program being recognized by homeowners insurance companies and whether they do provide discounts. Do you have a sense of that?
The statute says that these certificates that meet the state requirements are supposed to be considered by the
Okay,
insurance companies. It doesn't require them to reduce rates or. It doesn't, there's no hard teeth in it, like hard numbers in it. The state is still struggling a bit with the rollout of this statute. There is a group, the Insurance Business, DHS. Yeah. It's a group affiliated with insurance companies that has rolled this out in other states. They are trying to angle for them to be the people that roll it out in Colorado. I'm a little suspicious of that just because we're asking the insurance company to solve. The insurance companies to solve insurance company that created the problem. It's sort of like the fox and the hen now, so but they do have a certificate. We do know that in the statute, the certificates are what trigger the benefits.
Mhm.
And so that's why we rolled out this wildfire ready home certificate. But the rollout is still a little fuzzy with the state.
Okay, but you said it's been enacted or rolled out in other states where
It
people
has.
actually do get discounts if they mitigate?
I can't tell you about the discounts. I can tell you that there are states, California has rolled it out, New Mexico just rolled it out.
Mhm.
They're still implementing, and one of the northwestern states has rolled it out as well.
The certification program.
Certification program, and I think it's probably too soon to say how big those discounts are, or. Because they literally have been in the last year, so I don't think we'll know yet. What the change has been to a homeowner's bottom line.
In addition to discounts, do the insurance companies maybe not drop those clients? Does it create some more assurance around
the
being
hope.
insured?
That's right, that's the
Yeah.
hope. I can, from my own experience, I moved into Montrose County I moved back here this summer for this for this position, and I have a home in Montrose. And I gone with the insurance company I've worked with on multiple properties for 20 years, and they bound the policy. They gave me a good price. I was happy. We went to closing. Closing all went through. They called me the next Tuesday and said, "Oh yeah, we've decided not to insure anybody in Montrose County anymore." After they'd already bound the policy, which they can do legally. I know it sounds strange, but it is legal. And so I had to scramble and find another insurer, which I was able to do, but it is still a bit of the Wild West still.
I'll say that like Eagle County has a very similar program for our wildfire ready home program, and I'm a member of the Roaring Fork Wildfire Collaborative, and so Eagle County is part of that as well, but they haven't seen necessarily insurance rates drop, but there are properties that are now covered that were not covered before.
Okay.
So there is some hope.
Yeah, because we're seeing a lot of that in
Yeah,
in our
absolutely.
county.
And I think it'll take probably 3 or 4 years before we really know the effect of the law at full implementation. All right. We talked about the Telluride Foundation. We also train wildfire ready home assessors. We have something set up in fall that we hope that some of your fire departments will come to and get trained assessors in the county. We have a contractor marketplace where we keep a list of all the contractors that any homeowner can go on if they want to do it, and find contractors to help with mitigation work of any kind. Obviously, we talked about the WUI code support. We have had several meetings with the county here about helping out with that and how we can best support you. We've talked about the CWPP revision. And then I talked a little bit about targeted outreach. There's an area south of Norwood along the Forest Service boundary that the Forest Service really wants to get some mitigation work done, is really concerned about. And so we're going to do some targeted outreach with mailers. I'm going to go out there with the Forest Service and tour the area this spring, and we're going to try and really see if we can't get some movement in those areas. Really? Cool. So that's the quick part. If we've got those maps, we have those. This is the easiest way for you to see some of the work.
I just. The presentation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I sent them both together.
There's another, there were 2 documents
Yes,
attached
the
to
other
the
document.
agenda.
I just use them where you had updated us.
Okay.
Like,
Well, you can see that if it's in your agenda, you'll see a number of
Yeah.
maps that'll show you where all the mitigation work we've done and where all the home visits are and that. So you'll see that. And I would say, San Miguel County has sort of embraced the wildfire mitigation work as well as any place that we work. So you are all to be credited with that, and done a lot of work here. Happy to take any questions or any conversation you'd like to have.
I don't have much to say. I feel like over the 2 or 3 years I've been commissioner, you guys have been here quite a bit. Thank you, because it's kind of really sinking in. I've also had my own home assessed, which was amazing, and also visited Down Valley last summer. You guys did some site visits for interested people, and I saw I think it was a contractor day where they were coming to
Oh, showcase.
showcase. Yeah. So I saw a bunch of homes that had been mitigated and some that they were looking at. So I'm starting to understand what you do and deeply appreciative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The one thing I always leave people with this, wildfire mitigation. Wildfire is the one natural disaster we can have some control over. We can actually we know how fire works. The fire science is really advanced. And we know things that, and Skunk Creek's a great example. The way it stands now, because of the sort of valley ravine it's in, it could easily become what firefighters call like a smokestack right? It just runs right up it and it gets into the Forest Service land and it is horribly overgrown, that Forest Service land. And so it could really be bad, right? Because we know that because of the modeling. And so by doing the Skunk Creek project, we not only protect just that little area, but it's the area that would get into and go everywhere. And so it is the one area where we can actually do some mitigation work that prevents needing to create disaster declarations, right? So that's the thought I like to leave.
And where would you kind of turn people, like, where's a starting point? Is the site visit kind of
Site
the
visited.
starting point?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Starting.
And it's pretty well explained on our website. Steps are, folks.
Yeah, and you can request it right on the website, and then we're starting to schedule them for this field season right now, so.
Great.
Great. Well, it sounds like you've got a meeting this afternoon to
We do.
further that Skunk Creek project, and Godspeed.
All right.
Let's get that one done.
Well, thank you all for your time. We appreciate it. Nice to meet
Thank you,
all.
gentlemen.
Nice to meet
Yes.
you. Thank you so much for stepping into these roles.
Yeah.
Really important for our communities.
Thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Right, commissioners, let's take a 7-minute break and return at 11 o'clock to meet with Ryan Rigetti.
Perfect.
I was worried that my time predictions were completely off.
Hold it back together.
Yes. Lance is magical at this.
Should have a competition, see who can create them back.
You know, there is a competition.
All right, folks, are
There's a
you
map
ready to
built.
rejoin us, please? Thank you. Here we are. Welcome back. It is 11:05 and we are moving on to item number 7. And the first item is Road and Bridge Matters with a discussion of Road and Bridge spring and summer work plans. And that is going to include road maintenance, repairs, and we'll get to pass openings at the tail end because I think that's where we're going to have the most discussion.
All righty.
Ryan Rigetti, our Road and Bridge Supervisor, is with us. Good morning, Ryan, and welcome.
Good morning, Ryan Road and Bridge. Yes, it's just a general update on where we're at this season, as far as projects, as far as just the little overview of the department. So we're right now, we're renewing all our annual agreements and contracts, and we're putting together all our RFPs for asphalt and for dust control, for paving and crushing. We're going through all those to make sure that everything's set up so we can get into the springtime and hit the ground running. And so that's what administrators are doing on our side right now. We're using this time for training. Some of the guys, are doing especially with a lot of the newer employees, just doing some task training. And we just finished some of our mandatory training for mine safety and working in the gravel pits. We do that for the new employees, the new hires, and then also for our annual refresher training for the remainder of the crew. We're also working on some extended training opportunities, a little more detailed with LTAP, with LTAP, it's a local training and assistance program for Colorado, and also with CTSI. So for more training this summer, and then also going into the fall. So we're thankful to get a lot more in-person training. For a while, after COVID, a lot of it went online, and it's hard to watch 8 hours of videos and keep people interested. It's better when it's a little more interactive. so we're happy about that. We were able to purchase for this year. We have the 2 plow trucks, pickup trucks. We're going to do a water truck conversion, new day cab tractor, and then we're doing upgrades for 2 of our 10-wheelers to support our chip seal and our road maintenance operations, and also the chipper that we use, the chip spreader for chip seal. So we're doing some upgrades on those. We did. You guys will probably see one of the trucks is up and running in Norwood right now. They used it during that last storm, and they're going through the new truck that we just received, and that one should be up and running here pretty soon. We just got to get the decals, stickers, and the DOT numbers on that. So, all right. And then for projects, any questions on the admin side so far? All right.
So far, so good.
Well, so for crushing this year, we're going to be crushing probably the largest amount that potentially that we've ever crushed before. So we're looking at approximately about 60,000 cubic yards of material between all of the pits that we're going to be crushing out. We're going to do one more pit where it's an add-on to the contract that we have existing, and that's for the Pathfinder pit, to do one final crush to get that ready, so that should be roughed in for the housing project that'll be moving forward in the next few years. And then we're crushing at the Zadra pit, and also the Beaver Park pit, which is it's a pit that the last time it was crushed at the Forest Service. It's a Forest Service pit, but the last time we had material in there, there were trees that were growing on the stockpile. So it had been 20 years or longer since they had crushed them. That's at this site. But we were working with the Forest Service to try to get that reopened, and we were successful in doing that last year. We started stripping some of it before we got pushed out by the winter. But we'll be up there in the spring as soon as we can get back up there, getting the site prep, so when the contractor comes in, they can crush at that facility, and that'll give us the ability to start working on a lot of the Schedule A roads that we have on our agreement up in the Beaver Park area. And the goal is to get that material so we can take it all the way across to Wood Lakes from Beaver Park, to get that road rebuilt and get that road so that we can actually travel on it with some of our larger the trucks and our belly dumps to get across the top of that, which would be really helpful. And then we can come down Fall Creek from there. It'll be beneficial. We'll definitely see some over the next few years, see some some improvements up there in the Beaver Park area. So for District 1, up here on the east end, we're gonna be re-graveling 62L, which is Deep Creek Road. That's in there for surface replacement. And then we also have, and these are the major projects. These are just not just spot graveling or areas that we're gonna be grading and the routine maintenance is all gonna be occurring. These are just some of the larger projects that are gonna be that the community will see. There's a lot of activity. And then we will be continuing with the contract for service replacement and grading on County Road 56V, which is Alder Creek. We'll be doing that one as well this year. And that's one of the contracts that we're going through and renewing with contractor that we had selected last year that did some work. And they're going to be continuing on that plan that we had. We're going to be doing some chip seal prep and getting X48 ready and that little short piece of 56V, if you guys know, right there across the bridge, there's a really short piece of paved road. And so we're going to be getting those prepped and ready for chip seal. So the residents there will see some activity of us working and doing some asphalt repairs, getting it and doing some cleaning and sweeping and getting the surface ready to go.
And then will the chip seal take place later in the season?
Yep, it'll take place. And that's still going to be the end of August, the 1st of September.
The application. The application is the end of.
The actual, application of chip seal. And then asphalt patching down on 63L. We're gonna continue working down there. That road is gonna be in for from the highway to the bridge. Actually, I think it's actually in for the entire length. But one section after Sampa's project, we resurfaced from the surface change, which is right there where the coal chutes is, or where the Rose goes to the bridge. We resurfaced that where the patches were done after the power line project. And so what we're going to do is we're going to resurface the entire length, and we're going to include that portion from the highway up to the bridge. So all along the sheriff's station and in front of Tire Gravel, all that commercial area. So we're going to be doing some extensive asphalt patching on that, getting it prepped for next year. So that'll be in for the following year with chip seal, not this year.
You'll resurface it in 2027.
Yep.
The entire length of 63.
The entire length, So the goal is that we get our asphalt roads prepped for the following year for a maintenance overlay, or a maintenance resurfacing, which is chip seal. And let's see, 58P Soppit Hill, we're going to be doing some bank stabilization and some guardrail repairs along that. We added in the budget this year to do some time and material, some retaining walls, and to help shore up some of those sections that are getting thin or they're eroding away. So we want to widen portions of those roads if we can. We want to kind of improve some of the curves in there, make them so that they're less, so the radiuses are a little more gentle, and then also to help secure some of the guardrails along that slope. So we're going to be adding this. This is an item that you'll see in the budget going forward. We're going to set aside money each year to just chip away at it, rather than do it in one big project, but just try to do it in pieces as we go. So, Mill Creek and up on Muddy Creek, which is up on Wilson Mesa, but then Mill Creek right here out of town. We have 2 large culverts that we're going to be doing. And we're going to be communicating with the town and also the HOA when we do this, because we'll have a short-term road closure just for the day when we replace those, because we'll have to pull the entire section out, replace the culvert. And so those are 2 bigger projects that for culvert replacement that we're going to do this year. And then in District 2, which is out of the Norwood area, we're going to be doing gravel replacement on 44ZS. And then Schedule A, we're going to work on some of the Schedule A roads that get started on the Beaver Park area if the crushing is done in time before we get kicked out of there by the winter. Because it's always we get towards the fall, if we have time and we can keep working, we're going to keep working up there. But we'll do as much as we can. We're going to be doing some asphalt patching on County Road Y43, and then there's also a large culvert for the ditch, and we're going to be replacing on Y43 as well. So that road we'll be communicating that. And all of these projects, when right now we don't have them up on the website yet because we don't know the exact dates, but as we get closer and we have those times, we're gonna be putting those in and we'll have it on our Facebook page and also on the Road and Bridge website, so anybody can look at that and so they know what to expect. But we'll be posting that information and getting that out to the community so they know if there's any potential delays or any reroutes that they need to take. All right, and then District 3, which is out in the Basin area, we're gonna be doing a gravel replacement on U-29 East and also on 31U, which is going out towards Miramonte. So we're gonna do a section out by Miramonte Lake or the reservoir from the dam going west, and then also on U-29 East. There's a section that's about midway through that from Natarita came into the surface change where we're gonna continue doing surface replacement out there. And then District 4 gravel replacement on F4W in Egner. And then we're gonna be doing a chip seal on County Road S8 as well. So the guys last year, and we're doing some asphalt patching and doing some improvements and drainage improvements, and we pulled an old cattle guard that wasn't being used anymore. We removed that from the road and patched that area, added some drainage, and got that ready to go for this summer. So we'll be doing 2 miles of chip seal on S8 also. All right. And then yeah. Other than that, it's gonna be pretty much just routine maintenance and just annual upkeep on the vehicles and equipment we have and the roads. We'll
How's
do our
our
structures.
dust suppression equipment? Are we
Yes.
poised and ready for that application?
The dust suppression,
Yeah,
as far as the equipment.
yeah.
So our distributor truck that we have, that small one, it is up and working. I know that we were looking at doing some improvements to it and changing systems because some of the spray bars that we had used, they were out of galvanized pipe. And so they're starting to deteriorate and it's plugging up some of the nozzles. I know that was one of the projects that Ellen was gonna have the mechanics work on, was that system, get that ready to go for spring. Other than that, everything is gonna be still contract, so the contractor will be applying the material.
Mhm.
And you guys will be seeing the RFP we just closed on Monday, so it'll be on the next VOCC and the Senate agenda for you guys.
Commissioner Ray, if I might interject as well, price wise and availability of dust suppression, as well as we know that water needs to be
Yes.
applied during dust suppression, and that's obviously a concern for us in the slow snow year. Can you talk about any contingencies or concerns that you have? Because I know in the past, we were applying less dust
Yep.
suppression. We've seen an increase as we're having drier summers and more requests from residents. I know you've tried to increase the amount of dust suppression you're applying.
Well, we've tried lots of different things to try to stretch out the budget without increasing the budget to be able to do the same amount of rows. We're still doing the same amount of miles. We're not doing any less now. We did increase and we did put extra money in this year. After last year, we had to come back and ask for additional funds because the cost, we finally couldn't keep up anymore, and the cost was more than what our program, on what we had budgeted for our program. But it is the amount of snow that we're getting right now, we're already taking that into account on how that's going to impact our projects this summer. And that's one of the reasons why we put our dust control out earlier this year so that we can get it awarded and we can start applying material earlier this year if the weather and conditions allow. So as soon as we can. Typically, we didn't get started out on the west end until the end of April, and then first part of May, and then we finished up in the east end in June. And so this year, we're hoping, if we can, to start applying on that west end a little earlier this year, and then working our way this year if we can get an earlier application. We have the manpower. We have a full crew again this year, knock on wood, and they're all learning. They're going to have some time operating equipment. Everybody has gotten time to get their commercial driver's licenses. And so we should be in good shape as far as personnel goes to start on a lot of those projects. The one challenge we do have is when we do dust control, it takes a lot of water. We have to use a lot of water to pre-treat the roads and then a lot of water to get them prepped and compacted, and then also a lot of water when we do the application right before they spray it, so that it infiltrates into the road and it doesn't run off the surface. If the road is dry, it'll just run off the surface. And so we want to make sure that the product can penetrate. And that's the amount of water that's going to be available this year. It is that it does raise some flags, because if we don't have water, then it makes it really, really challenging for us to be able to apply the product.
One of the things Ryan and I talked about was he's going to be topping off all of our water storage before we anticipate any potential calls on the river. And then he was also going to look into outside water hauling if we're in that situation.
Yeah, last time they called, when they called the river on the San Miguel, we did reach out to the Dolores side, and they let us take some loads from the other side of Lizard Head. So it got us through to help us, but it wasn't we wouldn't be able to do dust control. It was to help us get through with some of the gravel projects that we had, and to just do some grading. Yeah, that's the one big what if right now is how early they're going to call the river. If they call it this year, last year they did. Luckily, we had completed our projects when they did call it. We couldn't do a second round. What we left in the budget for this year is actually the numbers that we got back this year are less than what we put in, which is good, because we put in the potential to be able to do 2 applications on some of the busier roads if we still have water available in the river. So if we do, then we're going to get that done.
When you say we put in, do you mean you have budget
We-
to do 2 applications on busier roads?
Yes.
If there's water.
If we can still do it, we're gonna continue doing dust control further in the season. We've never done 2 applications except for on some of the areas where we've graded, and we've held some product over to be able to use our distributor that we had built. But it was for doing just small sections, not for doing, large sections. It's just small projects that we had.
So for all the large projects, it's all subcontracted.
It's all subcontract.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I like the fact that you've got the contingency planning and that you'll be topping off water supplies. I suspect that if it is a dry summer,
Yeah.
that there will be calls for a second round of dust suppression, and we will have to get the word out if that isn't possible due to resources.
Last year, there was wasn't enough material, like the chemical or the compound that you use for dust suppression. Do you anticipate a problem with that this year?
Not this year. Last year, we had split the contract between 2 different vendors. And so we'd done that the year before that. We had taken the lowest prices between the 2, and then we had split the award and said, you can do this, the east half, you can do the west half, and to try to maximize what we had this year. And one of the challenges was there were some changes with one of the companies. There were some changes. They had been bought out by another company, and so I think on their administrative side and on their scheduling side, and then they had challenges with filling seats and then with new drivers, and they were behind schedule. So they had contacted us and said, well, we're not going to be able to make it down there on this. We need to push it back a week. And we said, okay. And then, then they would call the next week and say, oh, we're not going to be able to make it. We want to push it back another 2 weeks. And they did that until we got closer to July, and we finally told them, we said, all right, we're going with the other contractor because we can't wait any longer. We can't postpone this anymore because our roads we weren't able to apply it as early as we were hoping, and we knew that the end of the water was probably going to be coming pretty soon. And once we get past high water, which is usually the first half and the middle of June, once we get past that, then we're kind of at the mercy of whatever's happening down below, downstream, as far as farming and water use down there.
All right, Ryan, that seems like a good report on projects and maintenance. Should we dive into pass openings in that plan?
Yeah.
No?
Well, I think we're going to talk Schedule A and then
Let's
that.
talk Schedule A first. Thank you.
So Schedule A, so you guys, Lance is been here for a little while, but I love Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Gleason. So just to give a quick overview on the Schedule A agreement that we have with the US Forest Service. It's an agreement that we have on roads that are on National Forest lands that the Forest Service it's part of the Forest System road. They're part of the National Forest System roads, but they're still part of our county road system. The Forest Service still has claim on those roads, or they recognize and they claim those roads. They, in an agreement with them, they allow us to claim those roads as county roads under this agreement so that we can include them in our HUTF or include them in our road system for HUTF miles. Now, there's a conversion rate that we get because of the surface type and you know, just the maintenance level that's on the roads that have that. It plays a role in how much HUTF money we get, but that's kind of the agreement between the two agencies. In that about every 10 to 12 years, we renew the master agreement, which is the one that I had sent yesterday as just a backup. I know it was kind of adding this was a little bit late in the discussion, but so you guys could review just the general agreement between both parties, and then also it breaks down each road and with the level of maintenance and the terms to our agreement. And every year we sit down and we discuss any changes or any revisions, small revisions to that road. It might be as far as just adding, you know, a length to what we do in winter maintenance, or it might be something where maybe we're not going to do winter maintenance on. And a good example would be the Trout Lake and the ski area or the Nordic area up there. In the past, the Parks Department was paying a contractor to plow that portion where we stopped our maintenance, and then the Schedule A took over. They were paying a contractor to clear to that. So in an effort to kind of assist the Parks Department and with snow removal, we added that to the Schedule A agreement and a portion of that road for winter maintenance. So that the Forest Service, you know, allowed us to put that on there for that purpose. So that was one of the activities that was authorized. But and then, you know, there's the other benefit to the Schedule A is that we can do it's already a cooperative road agreement as far as the maintenance goes. But if there's more in-depth projects that require additional funding than what would be generated from the highway from the HUTF, then we can enter into an additional cooperative road maintenance agreement for more funding, and which is similar with what we did up on Tomboy Road this year, and we've done it in other roads, you know, even for surface replacement or for different projects, tree chipping or anything like that, or you know, anything. If it's going to cost us money, or if they're going to expend additional resources outside of that agreement, then we can enter into and add another one. That gives us that ability. It's different than our FERTA roads, our FRTA, our Federal Roads and Trails Act roads. Because those roads, they're basically the Forest Service. The only rights they don't give up or just the subsurface rights, but everything on the surface, they would say it's all 100% up to you guys. So we'd be on the hook for all of the infrastructure, the culverts, the drainage, bridges, signs, everything. Under the Schedule A agreement, they agree to supply materials, and then we agree to perform the labor. So even under the Schedule A, that's a big part of how we were able to add or work with them on getting the Beaver Park gravel pit back up and running again, and was because that was going to help them complete their terms of the agreement where they were going to supply gravel for us to be able to go out there and work on those roads. And that area in Beaver Park, there has been some ground or some timber sale activity up there, and they have some future timber sales. And one of the things that one of the things that they did request was that, you know, we do some work on the road and improve the road so that they can get some heavier traffic out. That was one of the things we asked for. Was, well, we can do that, but you have to supply the material.
Sounds like a good partnership so far.
Yeah, it works. We both, we both get what our goals are out of the agreement. And we both understand that there's parts of those agreements that are difficult, you know, as far as the amount of miles, as far as the time that we have for maintenance. So even if it says that, you know, we'll perform these, it might not be, you know, there's still flexibility in, you know, some of those.
And Ryan, are you proposing any of those small tweaks this year to the Schedule A
Not,
agreement?
you know, no,
Nothing.
nothing at
This
this
year,
time. No major changes to what we have. Really.
Thanks for that explanation.
What's that?
Thanks for that
Oh, yeah.
explanation. I'm just looking at the list of all these Schedule A roads, There's quite a few of them.
There's quite a few.
Think, unless you have questions about that, now
Pass
might be
openings.
the next time to talk about pass opening.
Perfect timing. Let's do that.
So, yeah, with pass opening is one of those spring, you guys will notice that on those roads is spring, it's not wintertime snow removal, but it is spring snow removal. Just to help expedite earlier pass openings and what would normally happen if we just allowed the snow to melt off naturally. And this year, like every year, those dates are they're general because we don't, you know, we're kind of at the mercy of what happens throughout the winter time and the way the wind blows, how much snow we got, how many, you know, the slide activity in certain parts of it. Any other debris or trees or anything else that happens or falls to the road that might postpone that because it's additional work. But yeah, but typically on a normal year, we've always in the past, even though it's not considered one of the high country passes, but Last Dollar Road, we get the snow pushed off of that. And then we let the road bed, you know, dry and stabilize. And then, you know, that pass is opened. And then we'll go to Overpass, and then we'll go to Imogene, and then we'll go to Black Bear. So it goes in that order. You know, so one thing that we have added, and is are the gates. I don't know if we're talking about the gates now or if we're just doing.
Before we do that,
Yep.
So you mentioned historically, we've done the passes in that order, but more recently, we've flip-flopped Imogene and Ophir, right? We've been doing Last Dollar, Imogene, Ophir, Black Bear.
A portion of Ophir. I mean, a portion of
Imogene.
And so because there's two locations. There's the lower portion up to the old town of Tomboy, and then above the town of Tomboy is a second section. And so the lower section typically melts out quicker, just the aspect and that lower elevation. And there's, you know, there's less work to be able to open it up to the town of Tomboy than once you get past there going over the top, because there's a section above at the switchback just before you get to the summit where there's, you know, 2 feet of clear ice on the road that we have to spend. Sometimes it takes a couple of weeks of ripping it with the dozer and pushing on it and ripping it just to try to get it so that we can get down to the road bed. Yeah, Ophir Road we typically start that near the end of May, second or third week of May, and then you know, spend a week or two. This is historically, you know, we'd spent a couple weeks pushing snow up there and trying to getting the road opened up there, getting across the top, and then we would move everything over to Tomboy and then start working on Tomboy. In the past, we thought, and some of it had to do with staffing as well, because we were really limited on staffing. And when we send anybody into the high country, it takes 2 people, not just the person running. And we always have to have somebody up there because of where they're working and the environment they're working in. If there's a wet snow or sloughing avalanche that comes down on the machine, you know, or if they go off the side on some of the ski slopes, then somebody else needs to be up there at least to be able to, you know, to respond to them, to either, you know, help locate them if they get buried, or, you know, to be able to, you know, notify other people or notify us that something has happened. And we haven't had the manpower. We've been down to, you know, 2 or 3 guys, and we just haven't. So we had pushed off starting the pass opening and then just allowing Mother Nature to do more of the work by just doing the melting.
What, if I could interject just briefly, when we looked at how much we were spending with the earlier past clearings, we realized that we were getting into close to $200,000 of additional cost by accelerating that opening, both in wear and tear on the vehicles, the extra time that was spent, all when you add in labor, equipment, and time. It was a really extreme ask. And then we were at the same time seeing an increase in requests for road repair and maintenance. So we kind of shifted to say, okay, if we could save the money there by letting a little bit more melt off naturally, we can do more for regular road maintenance. We're in a little better position now. We know that with the passage of the ballot measure that gave them their existing funding, as well as the full staffing that he's at, we have the ability to do more, not a ton more, but it's still a consideration of, it's not just a matter of allocating, it comes at a great cost to decide to accelerate. And then also it costs and takes a lot of time and wear and tear on the equipment to shift it from one pass to the other. Because a lot of times we're having to haul it over to San Juan or Uray counties and drive it up over to get to our side. It's not just we're coming up from our side on each pass.
Commissioner Brown.
Is there sort of a policy that helps us decide when to start the work, the clearing? Like, do we wait until there's 3 feet of snow?
Did you
here?
plant that question? Because that's Ryan's next thing.
No, yeah, because it would seem to me that that would help the public kind of understand and outfitters understand,
Mhm.
you know, what triggers it. So please.
And I mean, to be honest, a lot of it is road conditions, a lot of it is our, that's not the only project that we have going on the east end during that time. So we know that once we do send staff up there, they're gonna be committed up there until they get that, at least that road finished, so that it is passable. So there's not a policy as far as any hard dates go. It was just basically just a general practice. And
Well,
But
I take that, I think,
I don't mean like by date,
talk
but I mean like.
about the MOU a little bit and then how that changes with low snow versus high snow years.
so yeah, a low snow year, a low snow year, we'll get started on there a little earlier. One of the challenges.
I'm gonna be more clear.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
No,
but
that's okay.
like, you must use some sort of logic in your mind when you're making the decision. And is it, yeah,
Can I interject and
Help,
just
yeah.
ask if you're referring to like Snowtel and
Oh, As far as.
snowpack? Yeah, is there any kind of metrics you're working around?
exactly.
Well, so Tom does go up and he'll drive up the roads
Yeah.
to see, how far the snow's receded, look at the conditions. He'll walk up the roads. He'll look to see kind of what we have and what's happening up there and how much work is up. It's going to take to open the road at a certain time. And then he'll work that into a schedule to say, all right, we can get somebody up here and, it'll take him, a week or, just develop a plan, see what other projects he has going on. But a lot of it is, it has to do with, the condition there. I mean, there might be, a larger, other debris other than snow that's up there that's
Right.
gonna take us longer, so he might move it up on the priority list to say, we need to get working on this earlier so that we can, we don't wind up with all the snow's gone and now we have to try to figure out what we're gonna do with the big rocks or something else that happened, on that section.
But that also relates to the soft roadbed closure
And that's
from the Forest Service. So maybe talk about how those two things interplay, because right now it sounds like it's completely up to Tom. If he says, oh, well, it's low snow, I'll just go and I'll start now.
yeah.
And that's not the case.
I would just think that if he's done this for so many years, he would say, oh, well, once it's melted up to mile marker, blah, 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 then I know that the, snow is, it's time to clear.
Yeah.
But
it
and
doesn't
I think
sound
what you're
that
missing is that
scientific.
it can't be that scientific because there's a lot of other inputs. It's not just what the depth of the snow is at a certain elevation at a certain day, but also was there a slide across the road up
Yeah.
higher that's got 6 feet of avalanche debris or trees or boulders or there's an emergency elsewhere in the county that is higher traffic and higher priority for more people. And so it's impossible to give that one metric in order to give the public or the residents of Ophir, for example, a date certain or when the snowpack hits a certain level because of all the other things going on in Ryan's head.
That helps. Thank you.
And a good indicator is and this is earlier in the year, is when coming back from Trout Lake, coming north towards Telluride, when you come around the corner, you can look right up the Ophir Valley and you can see when the road starts to become exposed. And so we know the portions of that road, the snow is receding to the point to where, okay, we can start to see portions of the road. And you make a mental note that it's getting to the point where, you know, that you know, we need to go up there and do a better assessment because we can actually see, we have a better idea of what's going on.
Yeah.
And
But then that leads us into, I think, where Mike was headed, which is the necessity of not opening the road too early for fear that drainage on the road will create soft conditions and create road damage if we have too much traffic too soon.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the next place for us to flow here with this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's so the soft road bed closures, we communicate with the US Forest Service. Todd Axtell, he's the he works in engineering and he represents the Norwood Ranger District. And so he communicates with both Tom and Alan, you know, on what their crews and what their staff are seeing up there. And they make recommendations on, you know, how long, you know, the road should stay closed to help it stabilize, or, you know, whether it's passable. They drive in. Some of the areas are accessible from other forests or from other areas. And we have to take that into account too, that, you know, even if it might get to the point to where people can start to access our side of the mountain from, you know, from the other sides of the mountain. And they might access areas or portions of our road where we have a gate to help keep people out, to allow roads to dry. But from the other side, they might be able to get in there. Then they come over the top of a ridge and they drive for miles, and then they come up upon a gate that's locked. And so those are all, you know, factors that they take into account also. So the Forest Service is out driving the roads, they're out checking the roads, especially in the springtime. And then they communicate that with our supervisors, with our staff. And then together they just, you know, they discuss, you know, the procedures or the timing, or, you know, what they'd like to see. Some areas we might have work that we want to do. And so we'll use the snow and not clear the snow so we can, it'll keep people out while we, you know, replace a culvert or while we do other things that it just helps us with traffic.
I have a question.
Commissioner Gleason, go ahead.
Historically, has there been coordination between counties as far as timing of opening road gates and, you know, maybe utilizing the Forest Service as that liaison to communicate about conditions and when certain gates are going to open and how that might affect adjacent counties?
So we have the three counties that we have we have roads, Dolores County and then San Juan County and Uray County, that are adjacent. Two of those counties are in the San Juan National Forest. The other one's in the Uncompahgre. It's a different ranger district, but it's still part of the same forest. So out of those three, we communicate with Uray County the most, and that's with Tomboy Road or Imogene Pass. And then San Juan County, we basically get updates from them because the aspects that they have on their side are different, you know, for going up and primarily it's Ophir Pass. The Ophir Pass is one of the first roads that they clear, and there's less snow. They have more trees on their side. They can get that road open, and they can get people moving on that side a lot quicker than we do on our side. And also with Black Bear, typically, you know, actually the last few years when we've gone to do Black Bear, that we've been actually a little bit ahead of where San Juan County was. So a lot of it has to do with their priority, because I know that they like the priority that they put on high country passes, as it is, you know, a big part of their recreation traffic that they get and their, their economy in the, especially in the summertime. And so I know that they have a lot more than just the passes that we have. They do passes going out into Lake City and, going the other direction. And those high country roads, they spend a lot more time than we do up in that area working.
So the coordination is happening, but it's more the road and bridge directors communicating directly with each other. The other thing is that Imogene and Black Bear have gates at the top. So
Right.
that coordination happens when the gate is swung open. Ophir does not have the gate up on top. And that part of what creates a challenge. Not only are they sometimes plowing it earlier, but it's also more south facing. So it's naturally melting off earlier. So a lot of folks are coming up and over. So when we've delayed on plowing overpass, folks are coming down and hitting that situation where if they run into a locked gate, if they can get over the snow now that they're driving vehicles that are way more capable than 20 years ago, some of them can get over massive snow drifts and avalanche debris, and then they get down. And then last year we had the situation where they were just cutting trees around the gate to drive around it.
Question, why isn't there a gate at the top of Ophir Pass, the way there is at Imogene and Black Bear?
Well, to be honest, where a gate could be located where it would actually be effective, it would be in an area that we wouldn't be able to swing the gate open until we cleared the snow, because it's the area where the snow drifts the highest.
But what about from the other side? Like maybe it could be managed by San Juan County so that
If-
we could communicate with them and say, hey, we can't take people down our side yet. So even though your side is clear, can you please keep that gate closed?
That could be a question we could ask someone county. I know that they're not a big fan of the gate that's on the top of Black Bear now. So they would like to have their roads accessible the most amount of days. Yeah, and we have had that conversation with San Juan County in the past.
But they also don't want their people coming from their side of the road and getting stuck, right?
Why don't we agree that that is an avenue worth exploring? And that Ryan, while you have contacts with boots on the ground road and bridge department, maybe that's also a conversation that we commissioners can hold at another level and see if we can find some agreement there, because I think there is wisdom to avoiding that situation Mike described. And if we can explain that clearly, we may be able to find some common ground. In the interest of public safety and in the interest of continuity of people being able to access without calling for tow trucks and backup. It's probably appropriate to acknowledge that we have two old friends in the room, Joan May and John Duncan. And I'm happy to see you both, because having been involved in these conversations now for 6-7 years, I just want to identify that you are here, and that without putting words in your mouths, I know that you both represent kind of the balancing act that the commissioners and that Ryan do every year, which is to try to determine both the best time and also the right time operationally for opening these roads. And Joan is a resident of Ophir, and there's an email from John Humphreys, another Ophir resident, that's in our inbox as it came in this morning. That interest, and again, I won't try to put words in your mouth completely, but I will say that most of the residents of Ophir are interested in having a slow opening. It's more pleasant living in Ophir without too much traffic. From Mr. Duncan's side, he's interested in having a quicker opening. And that makes perfect sense as well, because he's providing a service for visitors to access the high country and experience the mountains here. So we may be placed in a position again this spring where we are receiving pressure from both sides and are trying to find that correct balance where we do our best to satisfy both interests as best as we can. And I don't know if you want to speak more to that, but I just wanted to identify that you're both here in this room and you've both been here for many moons and both understand snowpack and economics and quality of life. And those are the things that I think we're all trying to think about when Ryan is responsible for making those passes accessible.
to expand on that, and that's something that we have done, throughout the years is, worked with our timing, and we have, shifted priorities, and we have done those, taking that stuff into, keep taking those points into account as well.
Yeah, and the other point that Mike brought up was something that happened a couple years ago when you were short-staffed and we were short budget, and we were getting calls from residents that were commuting off of the mesas. We did prioritize the lower elevations and getting those roads up to snuff before we went up high early and trying to attack ice and snow that Mother Nature was going to take care of for us if we could be patient. That raised John's blood pressure, I know.
And Tom, I know that John, in the past, he speaks with Tom, and I know that we have been interested in trying to make sure that the town of Tomboy, that one at least is accessible urban. And so we have made, and we are conscious about that. And I know that John and Tom communicate that, as far as, what it looks like up there. And what the road looks like, on the way up there. If we can get that lower gate open, and we can swing the upper gate and at least get them, opening that portion of the road, even if Ophir's not open, or the last dollar not open, then at least they can, start taking people up there.
John, I know you want to speak.
Please
And
come up.
if you do want to
Yeah.
speak, there's a microphone here so that the folks on the Zoom can hear you as well.
But the one thing I think that's really nice top of mind for us is we're operators. And I realize that the priorities haven't been sort of shifted informally over the last few years. That really worked for us to prioritize opening Tomboy Road to the ghost town of Tomboy before Worcester Down and Overpass.
Okay.
We just need some place to take people. Yep.
Well, I think that
For our service, but also, it's more than that. What we're talking about here is a county, and in the case of Ophir, a town being the gatekeepers for federal public lands. And so, philosophically, what's our responsibility? What's our responsibility there? I also live in a neighborhood that abuts up to federal public lands, and it is a balancing act. And if I lived in Ophir, it's funny, Ophir used to be 35 years ago when we all moved here. Ophir was a community of backcountry skiers. Now it's all dogs and children. And if I lived in Ophir, where most of my friends seem to live these days, I would share the concerns about traffic, about noise, about dust, all of it. Those are our concerns too. We live down in Two Rivers neighborhood, and I'd say the challenges are greater in Ophir than they are in Two Rivers. There's the nature of the pass coming through there. I share those concerns too. I think all of us who live around here a long time have, and understand the necessity of considering the preferences of those of us who actually live here.
Thank you, John.
All about the tourists. However, it's an interesting situation here where we hold these special use permits on our federal public lands, and I wouldn't say that we feel like we have the right to operate tours, but I have seen a change over the 35 years when I first started working here for Bill White in 91, 92, 93. There was a higher priority and probably a greater expense to Michael Gunga's point about it costing a lot more money to attack pass openings early. Back then, we weren't talking about the preferences of our neighborhoods. There were no dogs or kids in Ophir at that time, but there are a lot now.
Yeah. The other change
that's changed, but I also feel like we're talking about two different elements of influence here. One is making sure that we're not simply running over our friends in Ophir by prioritizing tourism over everything else. But on the other hand, we've had a change in budget priorities and maybe change in demands overall. This is so a much busier place than it was 30 or 40 years ago, obviously. So the demands on County Road and Bridge are simply exponentially higher than what they do now. And it seems like that comes into the conversation every spring when we're talking about when we're gonna get the pass open, when we get the pass open. Well, county's being pulled in a lot of different directions. From a budgetary standpoint, I would like to say that in representing my interests, I would like to see the passes reprioritized and more similar to the way it used to be, because in dollars and cents, that's what benefits us. There's a cost to opening tourism every year. I would say I would liken it to all of us hoping ski area gets open for Thanksgiving every year. Even though it costs a ski area a lot of money to do that, but it opens our community for the winter time. Some tourism is better than no tourism. Four-wheel drive passes here are one of the arterials for one of the main vectors for a certain form of tourism. It contributes to us, it contributes to our whole community. So are we going to invest in getting Telluride open for tourism earlier in the season or later in the season? It's, there's a cost to opening everything every year. So I'd like to see, my side votes for that. And I think, again, I know the county gets pulled in a lot of different directions. In the last 2 years, we've had low snow years. About 30% below snow average the last 2 years in a row. In the last 2 years were 2 of the 3 latest openings for overpass in 35 years that I've lived here. So it slipped a lot. We used to be able to run consistently and it always used to be overpass is going to be open by Memorial Day. Not by the end of the weekend, but before Memorial Day weekend, because that's when tourism is open for summertime around here. So that's what was started. I can't say whether it made sense in dollars and cents or not. Don't know what the risk for. I know it's a risky job there, so not selling that short whatsoever. But I do know that things have changed quite a bit. In the old days, we knew we were going to be able to operate by Memorial Day, and in the last 2 years, we haven't been open until the last week of June. So that's a 30-day shift is a pretty big shift.
And John, I think that even though you were sitting behind Ryan, I hope you were able to hear him explain that it was partially manpower and partially the other demands that you touched on earlier.
Yeah.
And that we have to acknowledge that the county is a busier place.
That's right. And that's why I'm trying to.
Yeah, so I appreciate that you're able to summarize our balancing act. Yeah. I hear you and I understand your request. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for John.
Go ahead.
Last dollar road of interest to your clients? Or is it really imaging?
Much less so.
Okay,
They like it bumpy.
Less so.
yeah, and it's deep and scary,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I would just say less so.
Okay.
It's hard to advertise last dollar as a destination for a tour. We
Okay.
have for a long time, but I would say it generates significantly less interest.
Thanks.
And John, I heard you. I'm sorry, Galina, go ahead.
Oh, I just question as to why that's been prioritized as first. Is it because of the aspect and it has more southern exposure, so it's easier to
Yeah,
open, I assume, but
because of the aspect and the amount of snow that's on that, typically it takes the least amount of work to get the road open and then let the roadbed start to dry out. So that's why it just historically in the past.
Yeah, it
typically
just makes
when we get
sense.
started, the only snow is just in the tree section on the north face, and we'll push through that section and then let the road start to dry. And then open the road up.
It's been as fast as 1 or 2 days in the last 2 years.
Pretty quickly. We spend as much time, especially recently with the amount of dead trees on that north face. We spent as much time just removing dead trees and getting the road clear enough so that we can even send a dozer through there without tearing the dozer apart on the snags. But in my experience up there and what I've witnessed is that it seems like it's not the Jeep companies or the recreation on this side, but it's more of the Jeep rentals, I think, on the other side of the mountain that use last dollar as a connector, where people we'll see a lot of them. They have rental Jeeps from the other side of the mountain that come up, and there might be a family that rented for the weekend and they drive over that, come into town and go over, some of the easier passes. It's one of the easiest ones and the less exposed ones. So it seems like that's what I've observed as far as.
Makes sense.
John, I would agree with what you started with, which is that we will continue to push for access to Tomboy Town. And that I'm seeing heads nod from both you and Joan. That's great.
Yeah, that's right.
We can do that.
Tomboy and Bridalveil are our two first priorities.
Yeah, and we can continue to do that. The Ophir conundrum will remain
Yeah.
with us in perpetuity now. And as you observed, the demographic has changed there. The amount of pressure that Ryan receives every spring to fix potholes from the winter on roads that are high traffic because of expanded occupancy on the mesas is much greater. And back when you were referring to in 93, there were, a half dozen folks that were driving off of Hastings and it wasn't a big issue. And now that number is significantly different and Ryan's getting the calls and we're getting the heat. So we'll continue to do our very best to get you up and running. We will spend the money to do so, but we will be taking all these other factors into it.
Totally understood.
Thank you, sir.
And clarity, other priorities are Tomboy Road to Tomboy
Mhm.
and Bridalveil to Tom Falls.
I don't foresee any change in Bridalveil. We haven't. The only change that we've done as far as that goes, it didn't have anything to do with the timing of the opening, is that we'll move and do the switchbacks on the face first before we go around and move the dozer to over to Red Mountain and
Yeah,
then
that's
come
big
in
for
through
us.
this.
That's, we love people taking, waterfall's such a big draw around here.
Yeah.
But it's a low end, that time of the year, there's not a lot of use up there. There are private users on that parking up there, not even hikers or bikers. Yeah, that's a really nice thing to be able to offer as a community, to be able to take people to Bridalveil Falls.
Yeah.
In season, so.
Yeah,
Perfect.
That's
Folks, I think we're in as much agreement as we can find, and I'm delighted to see that. Thank you, John. Ryan, we're just after 12. Do you have other topics that you want to discuss?
Joan and Doug.
All right,
Joan?
Joan, and then Doug Tooley, who's had his hand up for hours. Doug, thanks for your patience. You're up next.
absolutely.
I actually don't have much to say. Everything that I was thinking of, you guys have covered really well. I just want to thank the county for discussing this in public, and all of your thinking on this is very broad thinking and thinking about all the various demands. I appreciate that very much. I heard Lance say priorities are snowpack, economics, and quality of life. I heard John Duncan say, oh, and I forgot to introduce myself, Joan May, resident of Ophir, speaking only for myself. I heard John Duncan say concerns of traffic, noise, and dust. I appreciate that acknowledgement, and I would add safety and resource protection as the list of priorities, which you already know. I really appreciate hearing from John, as long as he has some place to take, just need somewhere to take his clients, and that Tomboy and the Bridalveil Falls are high priority. I think we're mostly all on the same page. So thank you so much.
Great. Mr. Tooley. I'll ask you to unmute, and I acknowledge that you may have a comment on something previous. I know your hand has been up for some time. There you are.
There we go. Yeah, I did take it down for a little while. Just on one of those fire subjects was using bike trails as extra egress routes, and the particular, bike trails is extra egress routes in case of fire emergencies. And one of those would be a boomerang-ish area, rideable grade and drivable, single lane, so for an exit, wide enough for an exit. And that interacts with a number of different subjects positively, including establishing a local e-bike program, as we've discussed recently. I've heard these discussions on a high pass access for some time, going back to John May and our Good Times era. And I do think we need as a county, a little bit more priority to that, make it a little bit more accessible. It does seem like it is discouraged, at least to me, not heavily, but not encouraged, certainly, like it is on the other counties who are more economically needful than San Miguel County is. Going to staffing, Ryan's mentioned the need for a second person on the pass, on those pass trucks. That does not seem like a high skill, and I see kind of from an operational HR perspective, 3 ways that could be done. One is an entry level type of activity, somebody who's not yet trained, as a cross training activity within the county, and similarly a cross training opportunity with Mr. Duncan and those other operators to send their drivers up to hang out with the road and crew folks. And they might steal some of your folks, John, but I think that would be all for the good. We want people to have good careers here, lifelong careers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tulip. Appreciate it. And Ryan, unless the commissioners have other questions.
I have a question, and I understand that we need to postpone this conversation, but I feel like we need to talk through how that gate at the bottom of the road is going to be used. We've heard a lot from Joan and other residents there was a big petition last summer, I think it was, about when is that bottom gate open? When is it closed? Does John Montrosky have a key? Does he not? There's a sign there that evidently says the gate is closed right now. I just feel like we need to tighten up. And again, I know what time it is right now, so we could do this maybe even not in a meeting, but in a full commissioners meeting. But I feel like we need to get a better policy really about how that lower gate is being used and who manages it and all that, and when and all that kind of thing.
Okay.
Why don't we have that meeting offline and include John Wobtronsky and see if we can get everybody on the same gate page. Jared.
If I may suggest that we have that meeting
Yes.
offline
Yeah.
and present you that
Plan.
kind of outcome. That way we can spend time. There's already a lot of material available on that, and we can help clarify and then share that with the board.
Perfect.
That would be great. And can we have a time when that will be done? Because I just keep getting poked by people in Ophir, like, how come we haven't heard back on this? When is it gonna be figured out? And we need to button this up.
I would ask Ryan, but I think we could probably commit to that in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm prepared to discuss that in more detail. I would stress that it would be great to have the U.S. Forest Service part of that decision, because they are
They're part of the team.
a big part of that decision on what happens.
Let's do this. Let's target the next couple of weeks with the end of March as time to report back. And that should set us up for, even though it's a low snow year, before it's going to be showtime up there.
We put that report on a VOCC agenda, just so we all.
End of March.
Yeah, that's
Great. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Commissioner Gleason, are you content?
I'm content.
All right. Ryan, thank you very much for taking the time to come in and give us a summer update.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
It's gonna be a
Appreciate
good summer.
It's already stopping.
Always amazing. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
We're going to recess until 12:45. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Is that all you need?
Yep.
Whoa, yum, right? So close to making a decision.
I know.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what we're not supposed to do.
You're good.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 12:49 and we are at item 8 on our agenda, Manager Matters with Mike Bordonia, the county manager.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Just a few brief updates for you today. First off, the county concluded its Tuesday morning yoga sessions, and I wanted to give a big thanks to Annika Christensen and Megan Knowles for coordinating that and reaching out to the participants and county staff to see how they might like to see that continue in the future. Met with the Norwood School Board along with Commissioner Gleason, and then attended their special meeting on Monday. I think it was Monday morning.
It was.
Okay. Regarding the food pantry, and they voted to continue to allow the food pantry an extended lease to remain in their current space until the town of Norwood takes over, who has also indicated that they would sign a lease with them, allowing them to remain in their space. So it's an incredibly positive outcome. And thanks to Commissioner Gleason and everybody else that weighed in to help make that happen.
Bravo, Commissioner G.
It was a group effort, big time.
That was a lot of energy, but it came out the way we hoped.
Yeah, better than expected. We are very excited to announce that the Behavioral Health Project's lead position has been offered and hired. And Cole Cooper will be starting with us soon. He comes to us as a behavioral health professor at Western University, as well as the chair of the Southwest Opioid Regional Council. And yes,
Western State?
Western State.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I forget what it's called. Yeah.
Is that a
We gotta
name
start-
change?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
This one is-
just
he's coming from Gunner.
so exciting to have this individual joining our team. I am extremely excited to see what he can do for the county and our community in this role. We have a draft memorandum of understanding between the county and Tri-County Health to take over the administration and accounting for the Telluride Senior Meals Program. And so I'll be bringing that to the board in the near term for your thoughts and potential action of how we would disperse the funds that we give through our community support donations. Rather than paying those directly to restaurants, we would have Tri-County administer that, as well as oversee the coordination of meals, volunteers, and very excited because that would allow that program to be under a registered 501c3 nonprofit and make them eligible for numerous additional grant funds, some of which have already indicated that they will contribute to that. And I met with Michelle Haynes, the interim Mountain Village manager, about their Ilium development, and we're expecting an email to our planning department shortly that they're rescinding their previous pre-development application for apartments down in Ilium, as they wish to engage in the future with the Board of Commissioners on a different type of housing project that they would like to pursue in that area. So I told her that we would welcome that conversation, and we'll be, once we see this first step, then we can take that second step of scheduling that meeting with the board and learning more. Next Monday, we have San Miguel Regional Housing Authority meeting at 1 p.m. At our Wednesday commissioner meeting, we'll be starting in Norwood at 1 p.m. So a big change of start time for the commissioner meeting. And we're anticipating that meeting from 1 to 5, and then a joint meeting with our planning commission regarding insubstantial parcels. Well, non-conforming, sorry. At 6 p.m. also. And that's all I have for today.
Thanks, Mike.
Sorry,
Question
that
from Commissioner G.
meeting next week is due to wrap up at 8 PM. Is that
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Jared, do you have any
He does.
additional information?
I do, just a couple of items to point out. We have another strategic stakeholder roundtable meeting for our housing code update happening next Monday, the 2nd. And I believe that is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So that good momentum behind that keeps rolling, and hopefully we're rounding the corner on a few items to get some recommendations. I did want to mention that we did finally get under contract with ProSet for our Alien Housing Development Project. And we had a kickoff meeting yesterday, and you will get a lot more on that when we get Drea's next report. We will also be going out for our design efforts for the Deep Creek site. We had a meeting with CDOT last week to discuss some finer points on that project, and we'll be sending out a design RFP, I think late next week. So good progress on those couple of things. Did want to mention, just for those who might be listening, I don't know that we have anything for the county, but we got emails from both Congressman Hurd and Senator Bennett's office, and I'm expecting one from Senator Hickenlooper's office anytime now, about congressional spending requests. Those are available right now, and I think just based on what Congressman Hurd's office sent, those are due March 6th. And so it was kind of a short turn, but
I just got Bennett's email also, read it over lunch, and I think for some reason the senators' applications through their office aren't due till March 27th. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and
that-
last time we
that
saw a difference in the respond dates from Bennett and Hurd's office
Okay.
as well.
yeah, I think ultimately they each go to different appropriations processes, right? The Senate, the spending bills have to originate, I believe, in the House. So there's a little bit of nuance between those two bodies.
So I was gonna mention that too. I'm assuming we don't have any requests that we want to talk about? Or
I would suggest that we have this as a very brief agenda item on our March 4th meeting, and that we bring forth, because we have had items in the past, although we've typically held back on forwarding those in deference to other large projects that we know of in the region.
And I know the town of Norwood plans to
Correct.
apply through Representative Hurd's office, or would they go through both or just Hurd?
I believe both, because
Yes.
there's requests for the sanitation district as well as requests for the water commission. So, and those need to be separate requests.
Okay, so one would go to Hurd and one would go to the senators?
Yep.
And Mike, based on what you said about scheduling a brief conversation on March 4th, I think that's a great idea, but I think we've also maybe answered the question.
That's true. The only thing I was thinking was for funding for rockfall mitigation and hazard reduction on Highway 145. Knowing
Let's
that
talk about
that
it.
process is likely to be 5 or more years away.
Let's talk about it on the 4th in more detail.
Sounds good.
And it would be helpful to know if anyone has a line on what the sanitation district is requesting, so we can kind of. I mean, I have a feeling we would want to defer to the water loop, but be interesting to know about the sanitation before we decide to defer to that.
I'll reach out to town in Norwood and just get clarity on what they're gonna be requesting.
Good.
And for that, that is all the updates that I've got. Always happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Questions for our leadership team? Seeing none?
I just want to say that was a lot of really good news and like progress. I just love all that. Thank you.
We do too.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I apologize, I am gonna have to head
Okay.
out of the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are gonna miss commissioner updates,
Oh,
but if you go
hey,
slowly out the door.
okay. Or I'll listen, I'll dial in.
Okay.
I don't have anything, I have a few things to say, but not important. So if someone has something important, go. That you want Mike to hear.
Oh, no, he knows my.
I
report.
also meet with all of you each week, so I can catch up.
It's not because I don't love you.
Drive safe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Do you want to go or you want a moment?
I can go.
All right.
You're ready to strap.
Yes,
in
I'm sorry.
your-
We're going in commissioner updates. Item number 10. Here we go.
Okay, so great news about the lease extension granted by the Norwood School Board. Just huge relief, really, and big thanks to Mike and Jared for all of their work on that over many months and a lot of thinking outside the box and trying to come up with a viable plan B. So yeah, that was great news that Fresh Foundation received. We sat in 2 sessions for strategic planning for the Fresh Foundation over the last 2 weeks. And we analyzed all the programming that Fresh Foundation oversees, which includes, just to give you all a little reminder of everything this organization does. Norwood Food Pantry, Norwood Senior Lunch Program, Kids Hot Lunch at the Lone Cone Library, the Community Garden Food Pantry Plot Program, the Farm Wholesale Program, Summer CSA, Community Supported Ag Program, Winter CSA, the Mountain Village and Norwood Farmers Market, and Family Wellness and WIC programs. So it's a lot of programming, and we went through the strategic planning session to really analyze all the programs, and really came to the conclusion that all these programs remain high priority to the board. We made some plans to restructure some programming for efficiencies and organizational purposes. And we established some new committees. One of note is the Human Services Program Committee, which will oversee facilities and long-term planning for the Norwood Food Pantry, Senior Lunches, Kids Hot Lunch, the Pantry Plot, and Family Wellness and WIC programming, which I will most likely be chairing that committee. So a lot of future planning and, a future facility for Fresh Foundation is eminent and necessary, but feel like we bought some time getting that extension for the food pantry to then have some, more time for discussion and strategizing for finding a long-term location for all of that programming, ideally. And it's just lots of good thought and discussion, and a big sigh of relief about the food pantry location. Last Friday, I sat in on the CCI Renewable Energy Working Group, and this session we discussed data center proposed legislation. So House Bill 261030, which is data center and utility modernization. And the proponents of this bill are the data center industry, and CCI stance on this is opposed. Just to give you a quick little overview of this bill.
Sorry, is that 1030? Did you say the House Bill?
1030.
Okay.
And it creates data center development and incentive program operated by the Colorado Data Center Development Authority, which is a newly created authority in the Colorado Office of Economic Development. And this bill proposes incentivizing efficient data center development, allowing 100% state sales and use tax exemption on qualified purchases to the operator of a certified data center. So you might guess why CCI is opposed to this. There's just not a lot of local government benefit. And there was no commissioners who weighed on this thinking that it was really a good piece of legislation.
So does the state want data centers, or they want data centers that meet certain standards? Is that what they're trying to accomplish here?
I mean, I think in general, the state wants data centers for economic reasons. However, this next bill, Senate Bill 26102, large load data centers, and this is being brought forward by environmental and conservation groups. And this supports the state's push for renewable energy and, well, in part, I think this would be a very like state-supported bill. I think the governor's office likes this bill probably. It establishes new regulatory, environmental, and community requirements for large load data centers, defined as new or expanded facilities exceeding 30 megawatts of peak load or 60 megawatts collectively. And there's some timeline stipulations. By June 30, 2030, the Public Utilities Commission must determine whether 100% hourly renewable energy matching is technically and economically feasible. And then starting January 1st, 2031, operators must match 100% of their annual electricity use with renewable energy and meet the commission's hourly matching requirement. So basically backing up this maybe desire to see data centers with them being powered at least either directly or indirectly by renewable energy. There was some, it also covers some necessity for some community benefits. Let's see. I don't need to go over read. I took a lot of notes here, but it would require that developers must submit site assessments with permit applications and projects in disproportionately impacted communities and must undergo cumulative impact analyses, complete public engagement processes, and enter into community benefit agreements before development or expansion proceeds. So the CCI, at least in this meeting, the stance was pending, but that will be decided in steering committee soon, what stance CCI takes on this. There were some commissioners who just felt like that 100% renewable energy requirement is a pie in the sky kind of goal, and that couldn't be reached, and maybe there could be some supplemental energy coming from natural gas that could help actually realize those goals in a longer time frame. That was one I felt like reasonable suggestion. And otherwise, there wasn't any language in this bill about water conservation, and I feel that that is a really important points to bring up around data centers in our arid state is just the amount of water required for these facilities is large. And there is new technology emerging with loop line systems, and the initial requirement is like 1 million gallons of water, but then it's like a closed loop line system, and so then it just requires like the water top off. And so that is written into the HB 26-1030 that any new development would need to be a closed loop system and not any of the evaporative systems.
So was there a conversation about maybe putting that same requirement in SB 102 in case 1030 doesn't pass?
Yeah, I made that suggestion, that there be language around water conservation and potentially similar language about a closed loop system being required.
I like it.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm digging in is because there will be next week, 2 days of CCI meetings where we'll be voting on these. So I'd love to get your feelings or, our read on that. this sounds like something we would support and suggest an amendment about
Yes.
water. Does that make sense?
Yes, I do, just from everything I gathered from this session, that I think supporting SB 26102 is a good thing. And, you know, I think that the language around community benefit agreements and cumulative impact analysis is important as well. Weld County, for instance, is really in favor and want to see more data center development in their county because of the economic benefits.
What are the economic benefits? It just seems like a data center would just sit there and crank through energy with very few jobs.
Yeah, I think it's the job creation on the front end.
Construction.
And then, I mean, that's where HB 261030 is not beneficial to local or state government because of the sales tax and use tax exemption, because with the sales tax and use tax, that there's a benefit there as well, right? So yeah. On the flip side, some counties are adamantly opposed to siting data centers. Routt County Commissioner Macy's shared a statement recently made, and I in my note taking, I kind of missed I think it was CCAT, like climate action statement, but I could have, don't quote me on this, okay? But I did get the quote, that several counties have come forward with this statement. And it is, we will enact policies that establish reasonable guardrails for data center development. Such guardrails should protect residents and small businesses from having to pay for data center energy infrastructure costs, safeguard Colorado's climate, air, and water, and promote transparency about the impacts of data center development projects. They should ensure that data center companies are contributing to communities fair taxes and energy rates. State level policies should not provide unnecessary tax incentives or cut rate energy prices to the booming industry, especially at a time when Colorado is experiencing a significant budget deficit. And that they need to include an assured water supply plan and a notice to serve from the nearest utility. So I feel like that's a pretty solid stance to take, covering most concerns that I think we as a county would have, and a lot of our kind of similarly situated counties have.
I think that might be a quote from the city of Denver, which is considering passing some kind of citywide legislation. And I read a piece in the Sun that I believe those words were listed.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Any other, that was kind of a synopsis.
That's really helpful, thanks.
Yeah. And if you have any more questions offline before the CCI.
I think it's pretty clear where we would go with these.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. And then I attended the HR1 Medicaid coverage eligibility and implementation updates from HCPF. And it was really helpful. I mean, I've been following this really closely, being on the UMC board, and, you know, just all of the interest we have in how HR1 is affecting Medicaid. But I got some clarity on specifically the timeline of the rollout of how this is going to affect residents. And so October 2026, this is kind of the first action that we're going to see at the state level for Medicaid. And so this October, approximately 7,000 lawfully present immigrants will lose Medicaid coverage through the new federal orders. And so those who will be exempt are green card holders, Haitian and Cuban immigrants, and IKEA residents, and this is Colorado specifically. So Colorado covers pregnant women and children who are lawfully present immigrants, right? So that IKEA program will prevent those residents from being taken off of Medicaid this October.
Is IKEA an acronym?
It is,
And what is it?
and I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Was taking notes furiously here.
Yep,
Yeah,
okay.
but it's a Colorado specific program. But the All Coloradans program, which covers unlawfully present children and pregnant immigrants, there's going to be reductions in spending for that program due to the state deficit. And so that those individuals may be seeing some limited coverage in that program moving forward. And that is outside of Medicaid, right? But that was covered in this discussion because there's just not funding for that program with the deficit right now. Okay, so a big day is this coming January 2027. The work requirements and redeterminations will click in. And so notices will be sent out in September or October. So we really, from a county level, one thing that we can really do is encourage residents to update their contact information on the Colorado Peak website. So they're getting these notices so they know when they need to submit their paperwork for eligibility and redeterminations. It's approximated that around 378,000 ACA expansion population Coloradans will be affected. So expansion population is low income residents ages 19 to 64 making less than $580 a month. So those are the folks who will not qualify basically. And it's approximated about 155,000 of those 378,000 will need to show compliance or exemption. And just for context for the county, in 2025, 883 San Miguel County residents enrolled in Health First, and 336 of those were expansion population adults or parents. So those who might not qualify, right? So for the work requirements, what they'll need to show is 80 hours per month of volunteer time, basically, or some alternative to work requirements to qualify. The volunteer, the type of volunteer hours have not been defined yet. So that's yet to be determined how people can qualify. That's going to be some pretty important information that needs to be provided. However, any applicants up to December 31st of this year do not need to provide work requirements for that January 1st date, and then but they will then 6 months later, right? So that's when the 6 month eligibility timeline will kick in. Let's see, new applicants must meet requirements for the month prior to applicate, right? So a new applicant is going to need to show their requirements just leading up to that last month. But renewing applicants, and this is a Colorado specific stipulation, mind you, it's going to be different state by state, but Colorado is, I think, trying to do the best they can to make this as easy as possible for residents. So I wouldn't call it a loophole, but they've figured out that they can do this with renewing applicants can look at 1 month within the past 6 months.
Any 1 month?
Any 1 month.
Huh.
So if June they had enough volunteer hours to comply, then they can use June. And if they met work requirements for SNAP or TANF, that can check the box for these Medicaid requirements as well. And the state is really leaning on that because that's a tried and true system.
Okay.
So they're saying, hey, this is gonna cut down on admin time. Yeah. And so a major change from the current annual renewal, that is handled as a household, right? So if an individual and all of their family members are in the program, they just have to fill out their paperwork once a year for the whole household. What's really going to create yet another administrative burden with this new program is the 6-month renewal will be handled individually, not per household. So basically, depending on the timeline of when each individual is up for their 6-month renewal, they're going to have to do that individually. So it could be all across the map. Like a specific household might be having to submit paperwork 4 different times every 6 months, if that makes sense.
Wow.
So that's gonna, create a major administrative burden. There has been a request to the legislature for supplemental funding for staffing and communication resources, and on the ground workers at counties to help administer this. And there's hope from HCPF that there will be some funding allocated despite the deficit. So fingers crossed for that. They are developing a work requirement screener tool to preemptively determine eligibility. And we are able to kind of play around with it during the webinar, and it will, I think, help people just pre-screen and figure out if they are going to need to, if they will be having to provide a work requirement or if they're exempt. Okay, and then in October 2027, the provider fee reductions, aka Chase funding, that's provider tax provisions, is going to, that's going to begin in October 2027.
What is that part, please?
Okay, so yeah, this is kind of complicated. So it lowers or eliminates the provider fee threshold by 0.5% starting in October 2027, resulting in a reduction of fees collected from the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise. That's Chase funding. This is a fee which is used to draw down federal funding to finance coverage for low-income adults without disabilities, right? So the expansion population, okay? So, and Medicaid buy-in programs for people with disability. So this includes coverage for that population I was talking about earlier, the expansion population of approximately 378,000 Coloradans, but also 34,000 kids in the CHIP program, 25,000 adults and children with disabilities via the Medicaid buy-in program, and approximately 1,000 individuals in CHIP. This funding also increases Medicaid payments to Colorado hospitals by more than 500 million in hospital supplemental payments. And so Colorado, basically the main point here is that Colorado could lose between 900 million to 2.5 billion annually by fiscal year 2032 due to a reduction in provider fees and corresponding federal matching funds through this provision. So lots of money lost for this programming, which is going to start in October 2027. Basically less federal dollars for Medicaid in Colorado. And then we discussed provider impact, uncompensated care, reduction in rates, and a greater uninsured population. All those factors are really going to impact providers, specifically rural and frontier clinics, and certain hospitals that serve this population of folks that are on Medicaid or have traditionally been on Medicaid. And then we touched quickly on what we have been covering a lot in our discussions around the county administration implementation, the districting, and there, the message from HCPF in this webinar was very like, this is how it's going to be. There's going to be no changes to what you all have heard. However, it sounds like I had a brief conversation with Linnea yesterday and then received an email from Marcia Porter Norton, that there has been some good movement recently with county human services directors talking with HCPF about potentially rethinking this whole program, specifically the districting.
I had an email from Marcia this morning that said the state had not yet responded to that proposal. And that there's no update. Yours sounds more positive.
No, I took they haven't responded as potentially still positive.
Okay.
There hasn't been a hard no.
Okay.
Right?
Fair.
And I guess Linnea felt reasonably optimistic about it.
Okay.
In some of the discussions she's been having. So,
But didn't you just said the HCPF says?
well,
no?
that's this is like their outward public kind of
Okay.
messaging right now.
Okay.
There were 4,000 people on this webinar from
Okay.
all walks of life, and their stance from the get-go, I mean, at CCI, when this was initially rolled out, they were like, this happened yesterday, it's gonna be implemented in July, good luck, kind of, it's really their stance. I mean, it was very, there wasn't a lot of appetite for even like
Yep, I remember.
discussion, but it seemed like things have softened a bit, and there have been some negotiations potentially that could result in a little bit of give in the county's direction. So we'll see, but that's just ongoing. Yeah. That was a lot. It was a lot of information, and hopefully I relayed it here reasonably clearly. But I think like from our perspective, one of the most important things that we can do and that I took away is that encouraging our residents to update information on the Colorado Peak website so that they are getting proper noticing so that they don't lose coverage, and that they can provide the proper information when the time has come, or figure out how they can navigate it so they don't lose coverage.
And does Linnea is up to speed on all that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure she is, but I will follow up. I let her know that I attended this. I'll certainly follow up with her on comparing notes on what I gathered and what she's learning.
Thanks for all that.
Yeah.
Judging from that final flourish.
That's
You're done.
that's all I have. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Brown, you said you had some news as well.
Just a couple little things. I wanted to bring up the CVS, and I wanted to mention that Marcia Porter Norton, we're not having our bi-weekly meeting tomorrow at 7, where we talk about this hub situation, because she said there's no news. I attended the elected officials lunch yesterday, and that was fun, and just always just great to connect with those folks. And then I wanted to remind everybody that there will be wildfire preparedness community conversations. And that was something that Tim from West Region mentioned. Norwood at 4 o'clock on Sunday, the livery. And then in Telluride at the Sheridan Monday at 5:30. And I plan to go to represent us because that's my wildfires, like one of my assignments, so that provides you guys relief on, especially Sunday, I'm happy to be there, I will be there.
Great.
And that's all.
Thanks, Nan.
What was Galena's flourish? I missed it. I
Oh,
love
she-
one.
Finished with the
All right.
bang on her
There we go.
keyboard. I attended a rec roundtable meeting hosted by Star back last Monday and received some updates, including we got to meet, at least virtually, the new Mark Caddy, who is the district water manager. Her name is Haley DeWalt. She's based out in Norwood, and she has a background in Colorado and in water management, and is getting her feet underneath her, and seemed like she was going to be fired up, and once she'd met all the players, she'd be ready to go. Derek Padilla mentioned that the Dolores River doesn't look like it's going to have much of a season this year, and that there'd been a landslide down on the Dolores River Road. So he and his crews are eventually going to get down there when the road dries out, but they're not in a big hurry. Lance McDonald on the town of Telluride side mentioned that the bike path will be paved this spring, which will be less bumpy for those folks who ride. Draft EA for the, Megan Eno mentioned the timing for the draft environmental assessment for the Telluride Mountain Club's trails proposal has been slightly delayed and is now looking like late March, early April, but that would still be in time to build at least one of those trails, with the primary focus being the Boomerang connector from the mountain village down to the valley floor. Megan also mentioned that the winter parking study that's required, traffic study that would be required to change the winter parking on Lizard Head, has received funding from the National Forest Foundation. And although she does not believe that the numbers are going to provide good news, in that CDOT's going to require A-cell and D-cell lanes up there if there's any change. And that will be really expensive and probably a showstopper that at least will get the initial traffic study, get the numbers, get the ball rolling, and then hit the high scary number later.
I didn't know about this project. Are we trying to put in a parking lot for the top of?
They're trying to put some kind of winter parking so that people aren't backing out into the highway after Nordic skiing. And it's been a growing issue. The Nordic Association has been helping push this forward, and Megan's been receptive, but the fact that any changes are probably going to require millions of dollars worth of highway expansion and A-cell and D-cell lanes probably put it low on the list of priorities. So that was an honest assessment. I met with Logan Simpson, our SSR planning team. Jared was on that call. We were just getting our ducks in a row for this upcoming meeting Monday. And Friday I had a CC4CA monthly meeting. And actually Jake Neese, our commissioner counterpart over in Uray County, did an excellent job of spearheading a ad hoc subcommittee that dug into nuclear energy and CC4CA's stance on that. And as you can imagine, since CC4CA is a consensus-driven organization, the stance could not be particularly strong one way or the other, but instead was really balanced. And the committee addressed concerns, and if there was to be nuclear power as part of our grid power, that the questions that CC4CA would want to pose involve sourcing, community engagement at the outset of any project, the role of the state and local regulatory agencies, water quality and quantity, equity and human health, cost to existing ratepayers, and life cycle impact analysis, which is a fancy way of saying, is nuclear power, if you take in all the factors, including storage and mining, still a better deal than existing renewables? And those are hard math problems to get to actual numbers on, but as Jake put it very clearly, this is somewhat of an aspirational document. We don't anticipate that we're going to get all these answers before there's a project, but these are the questions we want to pose. Oh, and the final one was storage and recycling, which is always a big question, nuclear anything. That's all I know. With that, we'll move to our attorney, Maura Fahey, who is tight-lipped over there.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, with nothing, we could entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Hi.
I as well. Meeting is over at 1:34. Thank you, everybody. Have a good afternoon.